Welcome to those that have just dropped in.
Thanks, mate.
I didn't see who it was. I was on another page. I thought, oh, just in case it's someone new.
It's just me, mate. No one interested.
Oh. No, I didn't mean it like that either.
You're all right, buddy. Quiet, is it? Nothing happening?
Yeah, a little bit. We've got, who's that? Remen? If I've said it wrong, please unmic. Tell me how to say your name correctly. That'll help a lot. And, huh?
Nah.
Or is it supposed to be hey? Huh? Yeah.
I haven't seen much of the footage or anything. Have y'all seen any of it?
Only the occasional still that people have chucked up on Facebook. Outside of that, not really.
Who was that asked?
Bennett.
Oh, okay.
Ben-
Hey, Bennett. Yeah, I watched it yesterday. There was a group of us here watching it. And I'll just say this. There's a reason the room is not inundated with Globers gloating today. It was really bad.
Yeah. I had a feeling it. I was just wondering. I was like, man, I knew you were talking about a bunch of clips and edits, and I was like, this is going to be a CGI fiesta.
Well, from the very beginning, the camera was really blurry. So you couldn't even really make out details in the cockpit or anything. And the cosplay manots, whatever we're calling them now, they had like blacked out visors when they showed them in the cockpit, so you couldn't even tell who they were or if they were who they said they were. And then when the launch happened, well, there were a lot of problems right before the launch to build drama, I guess. And then during one of the delays, they showed all this American propaganda with pictures of the founding fathers and pioneers in covered wagons and all this stuff. And then yeah, the actual launch, they switched over to a visualization, which is really bad CGI, like 5th grade classroom level. But there were tons of cuts. There were black screens for many seconds. I think one was almost 30 seconds long. Yeah, it was bad. It was a lot worse than I thought it would be. I thought they'd really like polish it up for this one, but nope.
Yeah, it just seems to be more and more of a propaganda parade, and I don't know. I'm just not seeing. I'm not seeing what these NASA fans are seeing.
Yeah, it's like they realize they don't really have to try at all anymore. I mean, people just eat it up no matter how bad it looks. I mean, I think the Indian moon landing proved that.
Oh yeah, it's great when you're debating with someone and you just throw those up. And you're like, "Is this real?" And then they just begrudgingly like, "Yes, I believe that's real." I feel like with the technology, I was surprised they wouldn't show it, attempt to try and create a full stream from beginning to end, or have access to like different visuals 24/7, so to speak, that we could just look at because it's just so real, and we want to document every angle so that people can view every angle and absorb the history.
Yeah, they did show some stars this time, but they were in such a narrow space. They were just like from this narrow round opening that you couldn't give them any context to see what they were. So I guess that's probably as good as we're getting as an improvement over Apollo.
Yeah, I'm sitting here online trying to find some decent photos, or so far nothing that spectacular.
Yeah, and what I didn't realize at first was they're only claiming that they're going to be 6,000 miles from the moon. So that's really far, so we don't have to worry about anything detailed or that we can compare. Um, they're just making it easy for them to fake it. It's just they're not trying very hard.
Yeah, with all of those movie studio sets they have, I was surprised they didn't want to break out a moon set, but they're like, no, let's just keep it. Let's just keep it on the ship. Keep it on the shuttle. All right, let's see. I just put in a random, how do we know they didn't fake it to AI? And it says there have been multiple independent verifications, all verified by one agency, NASA. And then it did that appeal to everybody must be in on it. The mission involved thousands of engineers, scientists, and international partners. Oh, and then it says it was verified because it was on TV. I mean, if it's on a screen, it must be legitimate. Yeah, Toby, it's sad, but that meme is basically the philosophy of a majority of people.
No doubt.
Hey guys, I just wanted to address we have a Glober strawmanning us in the text in response to another Glober and misrepresenting our position. And I was wondering if we could kind of go over that and explain why what he's saying is not true. Would that be cool? So King of Curse says, if Earth is flat, what determines day or night? And someone did respond to him earlier saying, if you can imagine the sun being smaller and closer, then that explains why we would not have sunlight at all times on the surface of the Earth. And Jesse says, some say it's distance extinction. When something gets too far, you can't see it. Now, right from off the bat, this is really disingenuous because it's not some say. We all know that when things get farther away, we can't see them anymore. That's not a some say. That's a basic fact. Um, so anyway, and then he skips on to the AE map with the globe, which the AE map is a globe projection, and he brings up 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so I'll just read this. But understand that this is not our claim. We don't claim the AE map. We don't claim anything about the lights in the sky determining the shape of the ground. But I'll just read what he said to this other glober. During the northern summer, when the sun moves closer in toward the center, aka North Pole, then the North Pole area is always within the lit area for the 24-hour sunlight days of the summer. As far as the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which would be the outside ring, there's less solution for that. So some still say that Whitsitt and Jaron just faked it and didn't really film the sun for 24 hours, while others say they did film it, but maybe it was a fake artificial sun, or maybe there are multiple suns. It's kind of all over the board. Okay. Again, he brought this up. The other Glober did not bring this up. And I just want to clarify for anyone that we don't claim the AE map is a flat Earth map. So he can argue against that straw man if he wishes, but that's not our position whatsoever.
Just ban him from the channel for causing difficulties in the channel.
He's just let back in, so.
Just get rid of him again.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I did just want to say that it's kind of sad how these people have to lie about what our position is in order to try to justify their belief system. Like if what they believe actually had any merit, had any truth to support it, they wouldn't have to lie about what we say, but they do.
Jesse,
Exactly.
you've been in here long enough. How many times have you ever heard us get up AE map Earthers? Seems to me like that's a bit of a straw man and a bit of a poison the well.
But imagine saying, well, some people say that when things move farther away, it's harder to see them.
Okay, sorry, Fences. I'm really glad that you pointed this out because it would have gone great. It would have gone past me. So, King of Curse has replied. So, by flat Earth theory, is there a Great Wall in Antarctica? Have anyone seen it? So, this is when we start getting questions about walls that we didn't say existed. So, I'm glad you pointed this out, Jesse. You if you want to be here, you can either steal my position or fuck off. It's that simple. If you're just here to lie and cause confusion, then just fuck off.
Well, I was honestly trying to represent the things that flat earthers have directly told me over the years. So I meant no harm. I'm not sure what in there that I said you don't like, but I'm glad to discuss it. What specifically is it I said that you think I shouldn't have said?
As far as the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which would be the outside ring. Okay. So obviously, maybe you've not been around us for a while. I don't know, but we're not claiming an AE map where Antarctica is a ring of ice. Where if you were to stand outside the circle of the sun, you obviously wouldn't be able to observe a 24 sun circling around you because you're outside of the circle. We're not making this claim, dude. I don't know. Maybe you weren't aware of that. But every time somebody like you comes in here and starts arguing about this, we get really annoyed because we're not claiming that. Now, I know that you've watched, like the rest of us, these puppets on a string, Jaren, Witsit, whoever, whatever, doing whatever they did, making claims that they should or shouldn't see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Couldn't give a shit. We don't claim this map. Now, if people are asking questions in the side chat, then in future, maybe addressed with more clarity.
Well, let's clarify it now just so that nobody's confused. So, what should I have called that region on Earth where it's alleged that you do see the sun for 24 hours a day during a certain part of December? What
Can
do
I
you want to
ask you
call
why
it?
you even brought that up when that wasn't even the question? You were clearly trying to poison the well by responding with information about something that we don't even claim. And the question had already been answered by someone. Did you have to make a sandwich again? Are you gone?
No, just letting you finish. Because when I start, I want to be able to finish a sentence, that's all.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of this.
But the question was, if Earth is flat, what determines day and night? So I tried to describe day and night, both when it was, on a 24-hour schedule, and then also when it would, in the cases on both extremes, where it would be sunny for more than 24 hours. So that's all I was trying to do. I really wasn't trying to be mean at all. Honest.
Nobody said you were being mean. You're just being you. This is what you do.
Was that good or bad?
Welcome to the room, Bad Pug. Your mic is lighting up, so I don't know if you want to mute yourself or if you have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will be
That's
quiet.
okay. No, that's
Sorry.
fine. You're welcome to ask a question if you'd like. We were just getting a little bit of feedback from you.
I
I have a
apologize.
question for you, Jesse.
What's that?
I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what do you observe? You wake up in the morning and it's dark, okay? It's morning time. And the morning progresses and it gets lighter. And at some point in time, you have your lunch. We'll call that midday. And then later on at night, what happens? What happens in your world? What do you observe? What do you see with your own eyes?
Well, I mean, it gets light, and then it gets dark, and then it gets light, and then it gets dark, right?
Yeah, we observe that too. But you put a story to it. You know, what you see is you see the sun over there. We'll call that the east. And then it gets to its midpoint. We'll call that solar noon when it's at its highest elevation in the sky. And then it heads off to the west until you can't see it anymore. Do you see that? Because that's what I see. I'm just wondering if you're seeing the same thing that I see.
Yeah, I see it go down and down and down, and then get cut off at the bottom, and keep going down and getting more and more cut off until it's gone.
How do you know it's going down? What
Well,
did you put? Did you apply perspective to the observation? I'm just asking you because when I see things in a like a protractor. You've mentioned the protractor before, so I see it as a protractor where the sun comes in the east at I'm going to call it behind me. I'll say that I'm pointing to the west. So it comes in and I start to see it when it's just above the 180-degree mark. And then at solar noon, it's at, 90 degrees. And then it heads off to the west and I start to see it at 0 degrees. Do you see the same thing as what I see?
I presume so. And by going down, I meant angularly down, because I see an angular vision. I see angularly.
Okay, so you do not see the sun going below the earth. So where does the sun go for day and night? It appears to me that it comes towards me and then it leaves me. But while it's left me, it's already made it to somebody else's there and they see it above them and it's their solar noon. At no point did it go down. Okay, so stop using that term. It just kind of went away from you because that person's going to see it until it goes away from them and somebody else will have a solar noon. Okay, somewhere else. That's what we observe, nothing else. So if you think you see something else, please tell me what the difference is of what you see and what I see of the sun coming and going.
I think we see the same thing. I'm not sure what you're asking. Other than, yeah, we live on the same earth and we see the same sun, for sure.
No ball, just the sun coming and going. You have no reason to think that you live on a ball. Absolutely none.
Well, I mean, yeah, if our only axiom is that the sun is a thing we see, or yeah, then yeah, if we know nothing about whether it's actually a real physical thing in a place, or if it's just a video projection, or if we just don't know, but it's just something we see, then yep, it's just something we see and we can't tell anything from it except we see it.
Okay, that's all I got.
Now, if a person were to accept that it were, or believe that it were, a thing with a size and a place, a location, then we could
No,
act.
okay, so you're going to stop there, Jess, because nobody here is claiming that the sun is somewhere or that it's a certain size or anything. It's an apparent light in the sky. You won't get anything different here. So if you're going to start and metastasize something here, don't, okay? Because it's not going to go very far.
Well, the Globers think it's a thing with a size and a location, right?
Good for them. They can have their belief. They ignore reality, but they can have their belief.
So all I'm saying is that to the Globers who think that it does have that it's an actual thing and that there's one of it and that it has a size and a location, then they actually can use it to determine by reasonable logic the figure of the Earth. But yeah, if you don't make those assumptions, then yeah, you couldn't.
How is every flat earther in here? Damn, no flat earthers are speaking, you know. I'll never know how y'all are. Just want to be nice.
How's it going, Stitches? What's happening?
It's going pretty good. How's your day going? Oh, that's a wild profile picture right there, Chiefel Tiger.
What do you mean?
It's a wild profile picture. Exactly what I mean.
What do you mean? How is it wild?
It's a black dude with a cross through it. How's that not wild?
That's not a black guy. Why do people keep saying that? That's not what that is.
Then what is it?
It's a humanoid alien, like you know those skinwalkers and stuff. This is from a short film where they have these signs everywhere, basically saying that these cannot be allowed, like around in the area. This isn't a black. Why would you think this is a black person?
Well, it
This
kind
is
of
black.
Yeah, it's
That's a
black.
silhouette. It's like a shadow. It's not even. That's not brown. That's not tan.
Then
That's
why
just.
does it have eyes? Why does it have eye holes?
I told you because it's a humanoid alien. It's trying to
Yeah,
come
but-
off as
but
human,
that's-
and it's not human.
But if it's a shadow, it shouldn't have eye holes, you know?
It's a silhouette, dude.
Oh, I really wouldn't get that upset about it.
I don't understand why. I mean, it's
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just wild. That's literally
it's a
all I
fictional
said.
concept, dude. It doesn't have to follow rules like, well, if it's a shadow, why does the shadow have eyes? Like what?
Yeah, why does a shadow have eyes? Shadows don't have eyes.
It's fiction.
It isn't in
You can make what rules you
the
want.
laws of physics, guys. Come on.
Yeah, man, you'd watch Star Wars, you'd be shocked.
Ooh, I do like Star Wars.
What the fuck did I just walk into?
I don't know, mate. I was hoping it was going to blow by, but it's still happening.
Apparently, to these guys, Star Wars is physics. I think I just heard that. What the heck is going on?
Don't make me play that freaking audio again.
You're gonna have
Stitch
to,
is
dude.
surprised
And
that
actually,
fictional media doesn't follow the lines of real life physics.
actual fact, Ninja, can you send that audio to me, please?
Oh yeah, sure.
No.
Cheers,
I quite like Star Wars, you know? That's it.
Silence.
Legitimately all I say. I just said I like Star Wars.
That's wild, man.
Yeah. I mean, what's wild about liking Star Wars? Star Wars is
I
pretty
don't know.
But anyways, how are the rest of the flat earthers here, you know?
Well, like I said earlier, I was expecting more
I don't know.
Rocketeers.
How are you? Ask yourself, dude, because you're a flat earther too.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm not fully a flat earther, you know, I'm still questioning things.
Well, it's independent of your belief, dude. Things are true whether you believe them or not. You know what I mean?
I got a question for you. Do you believe that they really sent those people out to outer space recently and have them orbiting the moon to come back?
Yeah.
I'm unaware of it.
Do I believe that they're somewhere between here and the moon? No.
No, I was asking Stitches.
Oh.
Well, I mean, have we seen it go up in the, you know, in the sky?
Something went in the sky. Yeah.
Okay. Has it gone past, you know, the atmosphere?
We don't know. I.
That's impossible.
It made it to max Q and turned
I would
sideways.
assume not, of course. But then
No, because the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere now. Didn't you get the update? They're never going to leave Earth's atmosphere.
That's always been there's always been a thing. We can't leave. It just doesn't work like that. There's no.
No, I mean, according to ESA and NASA, the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's not me making this shit up. It's them.
NASA never said the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, they did. Here, I'll post it in the text chat.
They did say that, surprisingly. People run with it.
2019, wasn't it?
Based on recent, the current is considered autonomous part of Earth atmosphere, traditionally dependent on outer space. Implicit new data suggests geocurrent.
You got to download DLC, dude. They updated the lore.
Extensive than previously thought. AI might have gotten it wrong.
Yeah, look in the side chat, man.
www.space.com.
I can give you the ESA one too if you want.
Yeah, you could. It could be it could just be a theory, you know, at the end of the day.
So if leaving Earth's atmosphere is going to space, no one's ever been to space.
I mean, it could just be a theory at the end of the day. Depends on if it's widely accepted and if it's had actual meta-analysis around it. Or if it's being peer-reviewed by a lot of people. Because space is quite a very expansive topic, you know.
So's the Lord of the Rings. So Star Wars, as a matter of fact. We were just talking about that.
I love Star Wars.
I mean, let's talk about the politics of Star Trek.
I never really watched Star Trek either. I watched Star Wars, but not Star Trek.
There we go.
Am I missing out?
Hello.
Hello.
That's a chat. You know what they say? What are you up to?
Oh,
Talking about how flat the Earth is.
That's cool.
Although the politics of Star Wars is pretty cool. Can't lie.
Start believing
And the
in flat Earth.
indoctrination.
Yeah, we believe in the flat Earth.
When? Since when?
Oh, sorry, since about 2015 for myself.
Oh, good. Okay. That's cute.
I've never heard it called cute before, but thanks.
Maybe
What
she has
changed your
known
mind?
since she was born.
What do you think? What do you think was the thing that convinced you the most in the beginning?
In the beginning, it was long distance observations.
Okay.
Now it's more succinct. It's more direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. But back in the day, it was the fact that we could see far too far across the surface of the Earth. If the Earth was a curved surface, it would limit how far we could see. But the images I was shown, and then went to confirm for myself with my own observations, were far too far if we lived on a curved surface.
Yeah. Well, what about being small, like the scale of it all? And don't you think that what you see would be different because you're so small compared to the scale of it?
Yeah, but the horizon is based on how high your eyes are above the surface. If you're standing on a sphere with a radius of 3,900, that horizon's based on your height of eye. If you're, say, at the beach, you're 6 foot tall, the horizon, if you're living on a sphere, is just under 3 miles away. Now you can see 3 miles, can't you?
Can you give me an example of anything in your life that you observe and then you immediately come up with a reason why that's not the case?
Give me a
Because you're
second.
like, yeah, it looks flat, but there's got to be a reason why it's actually not flat. Have you ever done that to anything else?
Yeah, a lot of things. I've always been a questioner. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you see clouds, you're like, maybe they're not clouds; those are cotton balls.
Yeah, I mean,
Beware being too much of a questioner. If you're too open-minded, your brain will start falling out.
yeah, I think my brain is good, but that's cute.
No, the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work unless it's open.
Exactly. I'd rather be open-minded, like 100%.
I just find it odd. Like the longer I've been in this topic, it's just like, hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? Oh, because it looks flat, and immediately comes an excuse why somehow that's an optical illusion.
Well, it's also a soft concession. Well, it's because it's so big. Yeah, that's why it looks flat, right? We're just going to concede that it looks flat. You've got an excuse that it's so big. I'll just say it's flat. But it's a soft concession that it looks flat. You were just saying or giving us an excuse why.
I want to make eggs
Yeah.
now.
And they can never say
Oh.
how they know that that's why it looks flat and not just it looks flat because it is flat. They can never either like, okay, what's your evidence that that's the reason it looks flat? It's just it's a giant ball. And that's where
And we
they
get that with,
we get nothing. We
sorry,
get tits.
we get that with motion as well, don't we? Wow, you wouldn't expect to feel it.
Yeah. But it's odd how like nothing else in any human topic that this is the argumentation that, well, the claims, you can't actually perceive any of our claims. That's how we know they're true. That's why I used to love MG42. He would say, like right off the bat, he's like, you'll be denying your own claim in 30 seconds.
Yeah. I miss him as well. He was funny.
You know the like live stream bot? I have a quick question about it.
About what, sorry?
You know,
It actually
like
is a live stream.
Yeah, I know. Does it like reset every like couple of hours, I'm guessing?
It resets every 11 hours, 55 minutes. And there's
I
2
see.
channels. But they're offset, so we don't miss anything.
I see, I see. So it kind of gives like a chronological order of it. That's kind of cool.
Huh. Yeah, it happens in time, yeah. Tell me, Stitches,
Shout
what
out
interests you up
Flatroid.
in the flat earth? Sorry, India, we always talk at the same time after you, mate.
Yeah, I was just saying, shout out Flatroid, shout out Helio, man. Thanks for doing the streams.
Haven't seen Helio for a while, if you're out there, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Stitches, what interest have you got in this subject, mate? Flat earth and all that.
I've got like the links. Well, I still need to look at those. I've been sent all of them. I'm gonna look through them all tomorrow.
All what? Sorry, I missed what they were.
All of like the flat Earth links. What you gave. What someone in here gave me.
Oh, okay, I get you. So he sent you a load of videos, you can watch them yet. Alright, buddy, no worries.
Yeah, I just came in here to ask how everyone's day was.
That's kind of you.
I drank. Gotta be a good role model for society. Also, everyone
I
make sure
mean,
you have some food.
looking at evidence is fine, but if you don't know how to determine truth in the first place, then it isn't going to matter what you look at.
Fair point as well. It's about, like, the way how I see it is you have to look at the evidence first. Okay. Then you have what you can determine by it. Like, if I'm presented with information what is undoubtedly correct, I will take that as a fact, because the fact is you have to change your opinion on things and you have to be open to learning something else. That's how intelligence works.
Facts are subject to interpretation.
Mhm.
Because
That's
you
what I
have to
think.
start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, so for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat Earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. I'm start from the beginning. Okay, so start from first principles. What is the observation of the Earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. So the thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. Yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that. And that's why this other thing is this other thing. Right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind. Right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe starting point's the mind. And the flat Earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if you start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination? Hey, I can't, I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have a
See, that's what I mean by
Is it-
first principles,
Yeah.
because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why this topic goes back and forth because we're Globers versus Flat Earth there, right? Two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well for you. Like, who's the most hardcore, like, flat earther here? Would that be, like, who would you say is?
Me.
Okay. So if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space. We went all the way up.
Every fucking time, bro.
On the hardcore one.
I know. Just
what if I
go
took
with
you to
it.
the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best
I
offer he's
don't
had all
really
night.
You literally
I
look
don't
saw
really like
flat
the
Earth
beach.
your whole life and don't believe it, bro. but you want to
I
take
don't
me
really
to
like
somewhere. No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
I do, but go with my question a little bit.
I think I gotta see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I gotta see it every day
I'm
for
20.
29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
Okay. I just have to ask you one question though. Like, go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I
Yeah,
take you
if
up
I-
to space, and you see around Earth, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No, I
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
hey, I went to
Oh.
space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be the truth.
Check the side chat, Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like? Just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat? I can just play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat. Right? So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's
Oh,
underneath
then-
it?
Yeah.
Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around,
Yeah.
like the entire perimeter of the Earth,
Do
we
you
could
understand?
run
Remember when
into a
I
castle.
started? I said the first
I know.
principles that you have to start
I know.
in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you think that somehow you can go to the place which is a concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept for just like this hypothetical situation. It's hypothetical. I take you all around. I take you around the entire perimeter of it, and then you come here and you'll say it's globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from
I
one
hope
of
not.
your hardcore?
I hope not. I
But
really
would you?
hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you
as
base
the
truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say you'd know because it's a first-hand experience and you've been up
Now,
there.
I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either. So
Then
this
we'll
is a
take
fundamental
everyone.
problem: is it's a belief system. The globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself, and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well, and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's
How can you tell that?
factual?
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing.
We can
There's
see
nothing you
we
can do.
see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. You can. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand?
you can
All I
look
did
at
was
photos.
caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay. But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality? Like check this out. So say we went to New York City and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower's there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, that show that the curbing water, the curbing ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them. Right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la-la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't models.
To hear this,
Well, I mean, not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. you can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning, logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism, is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. They're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see. I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable. You need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this? What if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun though to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that the real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some result, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay. And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. Just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I
this
can
is
definitely see what you mean in that.
Yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses inductive inference, reasoning, and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships should disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because it's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that people espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other
Probably
things being
Globin.
all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how
The
far he
electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
He doesn't
And
come on
have
the light.
status. And have status. That's the thing. Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what's he do? Oh, he works at frickin' Frandan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians, they have the
In
power to
society,
just
well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
in society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket science do a lot, but we also have electricians.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude.
I
Talking
know.
about what a woman would choose. And status, and
But-
money. All things being equal, they're as good looking as each other, they're the same height as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist. Because it's cooler.
It is cool. And little less risky than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. Also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformers in there, if it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself. No, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far fields, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like, think of anything you hear about science, right, is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. But that's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents, they oscillate, right? So what will happen is you'll get too close, you'll get within, it's called like 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body faster than the speed of light. I hate to tell you, it's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. Not gonna lie. Like, I'm majority focused on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. And neurology.
Electricians die at AIDS? What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, Is there aids in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe I have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. Wait, I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no, let's not go into carpenters' wood jokes. Okay.
Okay, so Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere and optical environment of electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no fucking idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening. Okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying, if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement. Using very scientific tools, so we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm going to just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.
Does anything at all?
Does anything at all? Yes.
You mean
Now,
like
we know there's some we know there's refraction like twinkling stars, right? Scintillation. Okay? But you guys have gone further and says like it's bent in a direction. Okay? It goes in one either, it gets bent in a curve. There's no evidence for that. There's no justification for saying that. There's nothing. That's what I mean. You guys say, "Hey, man, I hear this, and I'm sure you've said it with your own freaking mouth. Is you guys didn't account for refraction?" And I say, "Oh, how do you do that?" Nobody knows. Nobody can tell me how to quote unquote account for refraction. How do I do that?
Just apply 7/6R like the globers do. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody can tell me how to do that. So if you can't tell me, if you can't say, "Hey, dude, this is how you do it," you don't know what the fuck's going on, and you have no justification for including it at all. So if you have no reason to include it because you don't know what it's doing, I'll just exclude it. Until someone gives some valid substantiation, okay, to some general refractive condition in the fucking air that's happening all the time. It's just a bunch of fucking hot air. You didn't account for refraction. How? How? And when I say how, I mean anyone can make a model and quote unquote account for refraction, but that model actually has to be able to make predictions, right? Predictions. So before you do the experiment, right, you say, hey, dude, this is the weather conditions. I'm going to punch the meteorological conditions into my fucking model. Okay, this is this far away. We're going to push the fucking button on the camera, and the image in the camera should look like this. No one can do that. You know no one can do that. Or in the reverse, take the picture and then get the meteorological condition, get the picture and be like, okay, this image is displaced this much. Here's the meteorological conditions that existed. Then go check to see if that was the actual meteorological conditions. Then you would have a predictive model. So no one can do any of this crap. And then there's all the other things, the other problems you guys don't want to deal with. Okay. Dispersion, where's that? Vignetting, where's that? All the effects we have that we have to compensate for in lens design, because lens design deals with high refractive elements, and that's what you guys are saying, that the fucking air is this gigantic refractive fucking lens. We don't see magnification. We don't see all these other effects that would happen if refraction was going on. Where are those? There should be other indicators other than something as higher than it's supposed to be, or lower than it's supposed to be, or flatter than it's supposed to be. There should be other indicators of refraction that we could see, measure, all that shit. But I don't see any of these. I don't see it quantified in the scientific literature. I don't see it anywhere. The only time I've ever seen it is the Bricker fucking paper, where he modeled, hey, dude, there should be this much dispersion over these 147 kilometers. And there wasn't any. What are you showing me, Jesse?
Dispersion. Chromatic aberration or chromatic dispersion.
Yeah, we know what it is. Some
What's the
lenses
light
do it worse
source?
than others.
What's the light source?
Oh, one is the sun, and the other is a snowmobile headlight.
Okay, yeah. Astronomical objects have dispersion. Okay, terrestrial objects don't. Your what do you call it? Your snowmobile headlight, whatever it is. Do you think that that's white light? Like the sun?
It's a halogen light, so it's not quite as white as the sun.
It's nowhere close to the sun. Halogen emits a single wavelength.
Well, but I mean, by halogen, I mean a
so how would you have
filament.
any dispersion, Jesse?
No, it's not a discharge. It's not a gas discharge lamp. It's a hot tungsten black body radiation light source with a little bit of halogen in there to keep the filament from evaporating so fast. So it's a broad spectrum. It's not just a single wavelength.
I do not think that's dispersion. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a blue fringe at the top and
yeah, there's also red on the side too, right?
Well, the camera's tipped. So if you were to see how the horizon line of the snow is kind of tipped.
There's red on the side of the light, on the right-hand side of the light.
Yeah, there's some lens dispersion.
Why would it be over
also.
there? Lens
Well,
dispersion.
There's some lens dispersion also, but that's going to happen all the way around. The atmospheric dispersion is because of it only happens in one axis. Because that's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to see the fucking full video for this shit, dude.
Oh, sure. It's lanolins. I'll get it for you.
This is only 6 miles. I thought.
Just give me 1 second. I will get you the video. I time-stamped it to somewhere near there. We're near where I got the screenshot, a little before actually. So if you let it play for a few seconds, you should find it. I did enhance, I did brighten the, increase the contrast, but that's all I did.
How do you know what lamp his fucking snowmobile has?
We could ask them. Halogen lights are. I'm a mechanic, so I know halogen lights are very, very popular for that application. And since he was not using like the very latest snowmobile there is, it's quite unlikely he had any gas discharge, light.
Could be a LED.
And it's also unlikely it was converted to LED, but we can ask him, definitely.
Are you just
It's
guessing,
vinyl.
dude, or so you don't know, you're guessing.
But it doesn't really matter. It's putting out all the colors. I mean, we can see reds, greens, and it met the fact
Yeah, it
that
looks just like just looks like regular scintillation to me, man. You just cherry picked a frame.
It looked to me like there was a strong predominance of the blue on top. But anyway.
That's subjective. I could measure this in something. So why would there even be this type of refractive effect on a frozen lake?
Well,
especially at 6 miles.
If the ice was significantly colder than the air, which is possible on a clear night, the black body radiation could chill the ice faster than the air because ice has an emissivity of almost 1. So if the ice was colder than the air and it formed a strong bottom dense gradient, that would be curving light downward towards the ice, and that would be curving the blue light downward farther, which would make the blue part appear higher.
This is what I'm talking about, this curving up and down. What makes you think light does anything like that?
Because light has been measured to go faster in less dense air and slower in more dense air, and because light travels as a wave
That's
front.
great. That's conceptual. I'm not talking about concepts. I'm talking about in terrestrial observations. You guys think, so you guys just, look, bro. The conceptual idea is that there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient and a vertical density gradient. And by that sheer fact alone, that a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a gradient, light is just automatically going to curve. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by a. What did you call it? A spherically what?
Spherically symmetric. Spherically symmetric.
I don't know what that means. I know what spherical means, and I know what symmetric means, but
The
I'm not
atmosphere
sure.
is curving.
Think
Right.
like an
Oh.
onion, Jesse.
The density gradient is not a straight line; it's a curved path. Remember?
Oh, you mean on a globe?
Yeah, on the globe, yes.
Okay.
So it's automatically going to curve conceptually. It has to. And in fact, Andrew Thomas Lungs talks about this, is that it would be impossible to have any type of straight line mathematically. Because if you have it completely horizontally, what would happen is that if you had a ray, it would get trapped at the boundary of the density gradient and form a perfect circle that goes around the Earth. Like say you had 30 degrees and 31 degrees, and at the boundary of the 30 and 31, you had a laser and you shot it. In a spherically symmetric atmosphere, it would duct all the way around the Earth, come back to the same place.
Oh, are you talking about?
Mathematically, in the mathematical, listen, I'm talking about conceptually in a mathematical model. So when you start talking about, hey, light's bending down, that's just fucking, that's because you're assuming spherically symmetric atmosphere and a whole bunch of shit. It's conceptual. What's the data say about what light does? You don't know. None of you globe earthers know, because none of you have ever bothered to go look at the literature. The actual literature, when people have gone out and tested it, it doesn't do what you guys think. I'm sorry to tell you that. And you guys spent years arguing about it. What do you think I did? The thing I just read you, Jesse, do you think I just made that up? Do you think I called this chick fucking 20 years ago and told her, hey, write this down? For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy. So when you sit here and say light would do X, you're implying that you have some universal solution to what the light does. And that you know what it does. And that whatever your answer is of what it does, it's true. It's just universally valid and accepted. Experimentally, no. I'm ripping the whole rug out on this shit, dude. There's no valid justification for any claim of refraction, no matter what it is. Okay, I mean, Jesse, do yourself a favor, okay? Go on Pablo's Dog's channel. Do you know that channel?
It rings a bell vaguely, but I couldn't say I
He's
would
been
know where to
going
find it.
to the same spot in the same parking lot for 3 fucking years, and every 3 days taking video and doing a horizontal pan across Santa Monica Bay. Okay? The shit he's seeing is just there's no, you can't, it's unexplainable observations. Just unexplainable. Flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Literally, like one of the observations, it's like an inferior mirage of something that's past the horizon, and an inferior mirage of like a double inferior mirage. There's all sorts of crap he's got videos of. And there's a whole bunch of other people that have, like Heath Carmody and fucking, there's flat earthers that aren't in like our little circles. They're out there doing observations, right? Repeated, controlled observations over and over and over again, and none of them match any model of anything. There's no justification for any claim that the light should be doing X, Y, and Z, and that then there's Have you ever seen any of the data where they actually take the meteorological conditions and then do the surveying and then try to match them to see if they match up?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find Pavlov's channel. Say that again.
It's called Pablo's dog.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTubers that got that name because it was a famous term
I'll
from.
get you a link.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, that YouTube hides the flat Earth ones, so it's hard for me to find the correct one.
Okay, there's that.
Oh, thank you, sir. There, I subscribed to him.
Cool. I mean, not a lot of flat earthers even know about this guy. And there's other ones. There's a whole group of. There's Plain Truth and what's his name? There's a whole bunch of flat earthers that just do observations. They're not really into the. I mean, they got YouTube channels where they post their observations, but they're not into debating or going on freaking Twitter or anything or TikTok or whatever. They're just out there just like doing their thing, dude. So there. Anyway, I'll just bring up this one. Hold on. There's one called empirical modeling by trigonometric heighting. That's one study that was done in Greece. Dude, it's even on McToon has a refraction section on his website. Apparently, he's never read any of the papers that are in it. So there are 3 or 4 that are on there where they actually took the meteorological conditions while they did their surveying observations, and they never match up. They just don't match up. Like what they observe doesn't match up to what should be with the meteorological condition, according to the way everybody thinks refraction works, should be one thing that makes their observation this other thing. But they never match up. They're just completely they're uncorrelated.
Could you drop a link to that? I would be interested in reading that for sure.
It's probably on McToon's fucking site. Hold on.
Was that the Romanian Rhapsody I heard?
Oops, hot mic and.
Hey, Wild Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Jesse. It's better to be seen.
McToon does have it on his page. Moron. Apparently, he never read it.
Thank you.
That's just one. I mean, it's a whole. Jesse, I don't know why you're just discovering this now.
Well, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Here's a graph from it. This is the survey observation and the meteorological observation. Completely unfucking correlated. Then they try 3 different models to try and fit it, and it don't work. So You know, what do you got against like a laser test, like going out and doing a laser test like 100 days in a row, the exact same time, the exact same place, the exact same methodology, 100 times in a row, some crazy distance. Because like FE core, this is like one of the things like people, it just like goes right over her head. That's not one test all done one night. And to say there's some freakish meteorological condition that allowed it, well, it happened again 3 weeks later, and their meteorological stations didn't pick it up because they have different weather conditions each time. But for some reason, each time lets them frickin' shoot a laser 40 kilometers.
Well, to me, the first step of any form of measurement is to get consistency. And the laser tests don't work every time. And in
Can you give me an example where they didn't?
There was actually, if you watch the FE core video, there was one where they could get it to shoot over the observer's head, but every time they tried to bring it down to get it to actually directly hit the observer, it would disappear. But
so Jesse, put 2 and 2 together, mate. It goes over the observer's head by 8 foot. It's supposed to be 600 foot or some ridiculously high distance. Oh, wait up. Refraction, I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between what they observed and the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, Jesse. You know that, right? You know how large of a difference is the prediction. If you have a prediction and the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I myself have measured circulating ray conditions and even sharper than that.
Circulating ray conditions. What, in your spherically symmetric atmosphere that don't exist? What do you mean circulating ray? How do you know the ray's curving at all?
Well, when I measure an elevation angle to the waterline on a ship at 7 miles and it's 36 feet above where it should be.
That doesn't mean the ray's curving, though.
Well, so how
it just means that the angle of arrival at your camera was displaced. It doesn't mean the ray curved. It could have moved up and down, left and right, all over the place before it entered your camera.
So how could a straight ray that started out below me...
Because light is not rays, dude. And light in the air is... I've never showed you this. I've never showed you the turbulence, the fucking... Oh my God, I'm almost positive I've showed you this, Jesse. I'm almost 100%. Maybe not. Look for something. I'm looking for something. Just give me a second. Look for a graphic. What's this? Oh, okay. So look at the graphic in the chat, the diagram.
All right, scintillation in action.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. We're having a conversation.
Do you believe? Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait your turn, dude. Okay. This isn't simply turbulence. All air is like this. It's packed with these bubbles. And what happens is it's the wave front that gets tilted. Okay. If the rays so the ray approximation model is only good for short distances. Did you know that? It's only valid at short distances. It's a simplification to make for lens design, like the thin lens approximation and all those things. The geometric optics, it's not meant for long distance stuff. Anything like that. It's not like I can give you a professor saying that it's just. So what happens is you have light that comes off of something, and there's a wavefront, right, that comes toward you. But as it's passing through these bubbles, it's wobbling back and forth. In the angle at which it hits the camera, if it hits the camera tilted like at a 45-degree angle, an object in the distance will appear higher or lower. The ray didn't traverse a different fucking path. It still went to you straight from the source to you. It went in a straight line, but because the wavefront is distorted, it isn't a direct proportional image to what's out there. And I'll show you another one too. It's from another thing. Now these all are from surveying. The first one came from them trying to figure out how to survey in tunnels, because tunnels have the problem where the walls are warmer than the center, so they have a horizontal displacement, and they had to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, they do a bunch of modeling. Okay, so just 1 second. Okay, so. Make sure I get the right one. Okay. No, this is from another paper. This is from the dispersion paper. You see how that says centroid shift? So the centroid would be, say you were on a crosshair, say you're on a bullseye out there.
Right.
But it's going to appear shifted because the wavefront. So say you have a bullseye, and the bullseye is a plane, right? What happens if you took that bullseye now, with no refraction, just normal situation, and you tilted that bullseye at a 45-degree angle backwards? That bullseye is going to look smaller, right?
Is the
The top is going to look like it's lower, and the bottom is going to look like it's higher. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Like a target in the distance gets leaned over?
Like a target.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whatever. If you're looking at some plane in the distance, its orientation, say it's 90 degree, you're looking at it perpendicular. So the light from that is coming at you. It doesn't stay perpendicular. The wavefront gets distorted and twisted like this, like in this graphic. And then when it arrives on your camera sensor or your eyeball, it's at a tilted angle from when it left, right? So like the bottom arrives closer before the top or some other thing. But these little peaks of the waves, that's what actually activates the sensor or the fucking the epithelial cells in your eye. It's the peaks of these freaking wavefronts, because that's where the energy is. But what I'm saying is, just because something appears displaced, and there's a guy that worked on this for the U.S. Geological Survey called Fred Bruner, okay, and he gave presentations on it because the ray optic model doesn't work, and it's never worked, ever. In 300 years, it's never worked. So he tried to come up with a different methodology, doing the angle of arrival, meaning if something appeared displaced up or down, that meant that the angle that it entered the camera was different. It was at, like, you know, if say something would originally would be in the center of the camera. Let's say it arrives at an angle 1 degree higher than the center. What is that image going to appear like? It's going to look, whatever it is that was going to be in the center is going to appear higher.
Right.
But it's not actually higher. It's the angle that it entered. It's the angle that the light entered into the camera.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying basically that the light took a straight path from the ship's waterline to me, but then 2 feet in front of my?
No, I didn't say a straight. Look, I didn't say necessarily a straight path. It's wobbling. It's moving around. This wavefront is it's like scintillation. It's shimmering. We're like these are oversimplifications. What's happening is it'll go into a bubble of one refractive index. I'll show you. I already did show you. Of what actually happens is that hold on a second, because it was in the first paper I posted. What ends up happening is that the light will oscillate around a mean value, right? So you have the straight line value, but as it travels from point A to point B, it's going through these pockets of air and it's moving up and down, right? And these air pockets, these bubbles. So let's say it goes into the air is full of these like bubbles, like in my graphic here, like in the graphic here from the surveying, right? When it enters into one bubble, the wavefront shifts and tilts. Then when it leaves the bubble, it tilts back, but doesn't tilt back all the way. Then it enters another bubble, tilts, and it's doing this the whole time, going from source to receiver, whipping back and forth. And then you're going to catch it at one point in time, and it's going to look a certain way, depending on how the air is, the condition of when you receive that light, the condition of the air. You know this if you've gone and done observations, that you could come back an hour later and everything looks completely different. I know this from my observations. I got a fucking observation of a windmill where you can just see one blade barely sticking out from behind something, and then an hour later I can see the windmill completely as fucking clear as day, all its blades, everything.
So do you think on that one day that all you could see was one blade, that if somebody had a laser?
It was an hour later, Jesse. It was an hour later. It was the same day.
So do you think at that moment in time when all you could see was the top of the top blade, that if there had been somebody at the base with the laser, you would have been able to see the laser?
Well, no, because
okay,
the base is behind trees.
Oh, it was trees.
I'm talking about the top of the blade. Like, look, the one where I could see the whole thing, I could see the hub in the three blades. The one where I couldn't see it, all I could see is a blade faintly sticking out from behind the trees.
What does this
there's also radio towers, which I could not see at all at first. And then when an hour later, when I took the pictures again, I could see two radio towers. They're tall ass radio towers. They're fucking hundreds of feet tall. They're like twin towers that I couldn't see at all.
Okay, so
I did observations. So there was a buoy, and it was rocking back and forth, right? So the top of it was rocking toward me, and then away from me. And when it rocked toward me, I could see it, and then when it rocked back, it completely vanished, as if it was like disappearing behind a fucking wall. It wasn't bobbing up and down; it was rocking back and forth. toward me in a way as the waves pushed it, right? The waves push it and it rocks forward, and then it goes in the trough and then it rocks back, right? So it's rocking back and forth. And the tip of it's going into whatever, and it would disappear, and then it would rock forward, and then it would reappear. Then it would disappear, then reappear, then disappear, then reappear. It's very strange. Anyway, the point of this is this curved fucking ray shit. There's no evidence for any curved rays. Okay, the curved ray claim is the Earth is a globe. There's a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? So the ray has to be taking a curved path to go around the globe. There's no evidence for that at all. There's no justification for that. It's just like Earth's a globe. That's what must be happening. That's it. That's the only thing there is to that.
So where did the 2.5 arc minutes of upward angle come from?
I just told you. I just told you. You don't understand it, dude. It doesn't mean a curved ray. It just means the path is bouncing up and down, dude. Okay, well, Jesse. Can you draw a sine wave?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, and where the camera sensor intersects that sine wave, right, is going to determine where it appears on the sensor. So you might intercept it at the peak and then it'll appear higher, or you intersect it at a trough and it'll appear lower, right? That's not a curving line, though. It's a straight line. Well, it's not necessarily a straight line. It's a straight path that's oscillating around a mean value. The mean value would be the straight line, and it's oscillating about that straight line, deviating. And all the evidence says that this is the case.
Oh,
all the measurement evidence.
So you're saying that, tell me if I got this right or wrong. You're saying that the path of light coming from the ship's waterline to the camera was following kind of a sine wave pattern up and down and up and down, but otherwise basically straight. And I just happened to be at a portion in that the length of that sine wave that caused me to look up at it. And if I had moved forward or back, you know, a half a wavelength, then I would have seen the opposite angle.
Yes. Now that's an oversimplification. Okay, obviously it's not a fucking pure sine wave.
Well, what's the wavelength of this sine wave? It's steady.
Depends on the size of it depends on the size of the inhomogeneities of the air. You see I showed you these. Did you not see these? These little bubble graphics? These don't come from me. These don't come from me. These come from the surveying literature. I didn't make these graphics, dude. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff doesn't come from me.
So, what would be causing the specific
turbulent cells make the wavefront oscillate around a mean? Okay, I don't know else how to describe it.
Is it the density of the air in the cells, or is
changes of temperature, density, and they're in motion.
Fuck.
And the thing is, the size of these, it isn't going to be like one size. There's going to be all different sorts of if you could see them, it would look like a foam, right? The air is more like a foam, but you know, there's all sorts of meteorological conditions that affect it, right? Wind, fucking temperature of the ground compared to the fucking air, crosswinds. The point is that the spherically symmetric model has no justification. That's my point. That's my only point. There's no justification for K values or anything like that. What is the K value? It's, hey man, this thing is up 2 inches. And the only way this would be up 2 inches is if the light ray was this much bigger than the fucking globe Earth that of 3,959 mile radius. So we're going to come up with a value that's the ratio of that 3959, and we're going to say the light ray curved that much. But that's just bullshit, dude. The light ray didn't take a fucking continuous curved fucking path. They just do that as a simplification. And they even say it, that it's a simplification. But do you know where that's got them, that methodology? Fucking nowhere. Because like I read earlier, for over 300 years, hundreds of models were created to describe the influence of refraction effects. So their methods don't work. You understand that you guys, I don't know why I keep saying you guys, but globe earthers, or the anti-flat earthers that argue this topic and bring up refraction, they're literally bringing up a failure to justify the globe. No refraction model can make any fucking prediction, period, other than like Snell's law on designing lenses or something. I got another one. Hold on. What's the name of that? Jesse, you ever see this one?
Let me look. Oh yeah, Taylor was showing that.
Yeah, you see these values? You know Fort Emgon. You know how big of a degree Fort Emgon is? Well, 1 Emgon is 0.0009 degrees. The largest deviation in this data set is 4. So that means the largest deviation that they measured as far as an angle of arrival was 0.0036. Now, do you know how much that is at 25 miles? It's like fucking 8 inches. Right? So, but the most important thing is, remember how I said is that it oscillates about a mean, right? If you look at this measured vertical angle, you see the values. You have the 0 value where there's no deviation, and they oscillate about that. They're not skewed to one side. They're not skewed to the other side, because if it was a continuous curve, they'd be skewed in one direction. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following exactly what you're saying.
The 0 is the straight line path. When it says where the blue lines, right, are the measurements of the angle of arrival of what they're measuring.
The absolute angle or the relative to the mean?
The angle of arrival, the deviation of the angle of arrival from where it actually is, from the straight line.
The
0 is no deviation.
From total station position 1 to target 1?
Yeah.
TPS 1 is the total station position 1, right? And then T1
they have more than one total. They have more than one device.
Right? And they also have more than one target, right? And T1 is target 1, right? So, are you saying that total station 1 and target 1 were at the same geometric elevation?
No, they're not at the same geometric elevation.
So one's higher than the other?
No, very. Give me a second. T1 is T1, I think, is a retroreflector.
Yeah, all the targets were retroreflectors, I believe. Left by some previous project.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that the straight line is the zero. All these the measurements in totality oscillate about this zero. If the Earth was curved, they would all be skewed in one direction.
Why would they be skewed in one direction if Earth was curved?
Okay, because you'd have refraction curving the light, right? So you'd always have a deviation in the angle of arrival. Always. There would never be a straight line. It wouldn't be. You see how this is symmetrical? There's an equal amount of subrefraction, if that's what you want to call it, and refraction about the zero. It's evenly distributed.
Are you saying that the zero on this, the 0 milligradians on this chart is
I'm gone, dude. It's
Jesse,
M-gone.
if there's a straight line, that's the difference either side of the straight line. If you think you live on a ball tard, the light incoming would predominantly be on one side of the line. You know this. You're acting dumb for some reason. Please stop it.
No, it's just it's been a while.
I thought I wasn't explaining it good.
It's been a while since I read the paper, and I'm trying to remember the context because all he dropped here was the little one screenshot. And if I remember correctly,
Post the paper again if you want.
the paper wasn't about Earth curve or lack of Earth curve. It was about variations of the vertical angle, and so they actually measured the vertical angle.
Yeah.
And then they...
That's right, Jesse. They measured the light, dude. I don't care about the fucking Earth curve. I only care about they're measuring refraction on whether it exists or not. That's what we are trying to establish. Is it justified of saying there's fucking curving rays, dude? If there was a curving ray, all the fucking most of the data would be skewed on one side of the fucking zero. Because the angle of arrival would be higher. It would always be higher. This isn't like this is the only shit, dude. This is what I'm talking like. Remember what I started with? You guys have read the textbooks, read fucking shit online, never looked at the academic research, and even if the papers that exist, very few of them have actual measurement data in it. And then if you actually sift through the fucking 1 in 100 papers that have actual fucking empirical measurements, none of them, and I mean none, match any fucking goal prediction. None. Zero. And I'm sorry that might bust your bubble, okay? And I appreciate you sitting here and listening to me fucking rant, but the fact is, I'm at the point, if someone says to me, you got to account for refraction, I'm asking why. And people need to justify why I should account for it, and just going, because it says so in the fucking textbook, ain't cutting it. I want the data, I want the evidence, I want whatever that says, yes, you should count for refraction, because yes, this is happening all the time, because we've measured it. Here are the measurements, here's the data that shows, yes, this is happening all the time. Yes, here's the measurement of curved rays. Here's the, like, there's none of that shit. There's none of that. But fucking, dude, we've been arguing this topic for a fucking decade. And some of the fundamental things about this topic that's been argued has never been established to even be true in the first place. fucking arguing about refraction 1,000 fucking times. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a newsflash. I got into this topic because I was doing work on refraction, specifically negative refraction, not the run-of-the-mill refraction. Way more technical level than this shit. And then the Chicago skyline, I saw that shit, and they're like, "This is a mirage. This is refraction." Dude, I've been studying refraction for fucking nearly 3 decades. And I just hear fucking people say this shit that doesn't, there's no evidence for any of this shit. It would be cool if there was, but there ain't. It's just something you guys just say, you're an account for refraction. Flat earthers never account for refraction. Your calculation's wrong. You didn't account for refraction. Okay. Here you go. You account for it for me then. You fix our math. No one will ever fix our math. No, dude. They're measuring the angle of arrival of the light, dude.
But
what aren't you getting, dude?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask about is...
Elevation means nothing. Don't say elevation. Because the device is pointed straight at the other device. There's a straight line, imaginary straight line between each of the devices.
You have a clear line of sight. They're just measuring the angle of arrival and how much it deviates.
So was that measured angle as it was read by the instrument within a plus to minus 4 milligradient angle?
They're making continuous measurements. You understand? Continuous measurements. They're constantly. I don't know what the polling rate was.
Every few minutes, I think, except they would take a few minutes off to do a self-calibration on each unit. But what I'm just trying to understand, if you're saying that 0 degrees was the actual measured angle of arrival for total station 1 when pointed at target 1.
Well, there is no angle if it's 0 degrees. What do you think they're measuring, Jesse?
Well, I think they measured the elevation angle to T1 from TPS1 repeatedly, and of course it's T1.
You're on top of a hill looking down into a fucking hole at a landslide across the way.
Okay, so they've recentered these measurements to center them around the average,
you see,
right?
look at figure 3, the top image of figure 3. They're on top of a fucking hill looking down, okay? So they got a couple things here. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is a vertical tower of thermocouples where they're measuring the temperature.
Yes, that's
temperature,
beautiful.
the vertical temperature profile. Right, so they're just pointing down into the landslide, dude, and measuring the angle of arrival that the fucking laser hits them, that the laser hits the total station. That's it. It's not fancy, dude.
Okay, so I think we agree that the total stations were pointing down significantly more than 4 milligradients, right? At their targets, at least for target 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they're pointed down. They're only measuring the light. They're shooting a fucking laser off of something and then measuring the angle that it comes back. It knows the direction that it's pointed, right? And they can measure the direction that it picked it up.
So I guess,
Jesse, if you fucking shoot like say you had a pistol, okay, and you fired from the hip, the bullet fucking ricochets off a piece of iron and hits you in the eye. Okay, the angle of arrival is higher. You know that the angle of arrival is higher than when it fucking left your gun. Okay.
because the shrapnel or the piece of metal is falling
Because
as it.
it left at hip level and then arrived at eye level.
What's the
So they're shooting
significance to this?
because they're just shooting straight at the prism, and then measuring the reflected light what the angle was, where it should be versus where it is or where it appears to be. These are like infrared, dude, bouncing infrared light off of reflectors.
Right. Yeah. Most of my total stations also bounce infrared light off of reflectors. One of them uses a visible red laser, though. But so are we in agreement then that the actual elevation angle measured by the instruments to the targets
mean nothing? That's what we'll agree to. They mean nothing. We've already established that.
Dude, I don't care if they're looking fucking down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, I guess I don't understand.
This would be even worse. Look, bro. This would be my argument. My argument is here's data, right? Of the very little data on refraction measurement data we actually have, right? Because if I ask you to post some, you won't have any. You know that, right? You'll have none.
Definitely not this much.
I posted 2 things. You got 1 thing then? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It wouldn't even matter. Whatever you posted, I've already read it. I guarantee it. Okay? My point is that we should be making claims based upon the empirical evidence, not based upon theory and speculation. Okay? And then we go, okay, let's look into the scientific literature and see what's actually been empirically tested and verified. And then you look at the data and it's nowhere fucking near the effect that they say that is said to happen. It's nowhere near it. It's not even close. But people are going to tell us there's these special refractive conditions that can happen that can make the horizon fucking appear 10 times too far away, that can do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Fine. I have no problem believing that. If you can substantiate that it's even possible, which nobody can do. Certainly not fucking possible to happen every other, every single time we go out. Goddamn flat earthers are so lucky. Oh my God, there's the horizon again, 10 miles away. God, am I lucky? Jesse, if you actually are going out observations, I know you've made long distance observations that bust the globe. You just don't show them to nobody. Just as a sheer probability, dude.
Oh, I've showed them, and I even showed the ones that show concave. No,
they don't show concave, man. They don't show, dude. No, dude. And things are just getting displaced up and down, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know if a magnifying glass does this.
I have one of those triangular straight glass prisms that's 6 inches long. And it does that. I can hold it up and look through it, and depending on which way I have the pointy edge, it can make everything look higher or everything look lower. As well as rainbowy.
Yeah. Now imagine in between you and something else, there's like 20,000 fucking prisms. and they're all moving around. But they're only moving around a little bit. Okay. Now you're going to end up with an image that'll be displaced 1 second one way and then displaced another second another way. I mean, stars twinkle for a reason. Anyway, I got to use the little girl's room. I'll be right back.
Can someone explain to me what that debate just was? Because I didn't. I think they're using the total level for long distance observations, precision measurements. But other than that, I didn't know what the argumentation was.
The best I can understand is he was saying, and he'll be back in a minute, so you ask him when he comes back. But I think he was saying that there was no consistent offset that would be expected if standard refraction was a real thing. I think that's it. but you'll have to ask him.
Because when I showed like a 1 mile precision measurement with the total, with that exact same model, they rejected it because he only used standard refraction and only factored in standard refraction. Like the guy showed how he did it all on YouTube.
So where are you getting this standard
The
refraction
Baron
from in the
guy.
first place? That's the problem. You just take your measurement, that's great, and for some reason you have to add refraction. Why?
Yeah, India is showing where people are actually trying to measure the refraction, not just guess it. Okay, so it's completely different. And he was also showing papers on when people did actually measure the pressure, temperature, and humidity between the targets, that it didn't actually match up with the observation as well. So there's a bunch of things at play. You can't just guess the refraction.
Well, wait, which was the one that he cited? Because the one you guys always cite is the one where they do it wrong.
What's that? What did they do wrong?
The flat Earth guys who went out and
He
tried to
cited a
measure.
mainstream paper. He cited a mainstream
Okay.
surveying paper. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll be back in a minute. You can ask him.
And he's already reset. Fantastic.
Yeah, it don't take long. It's within seconds sometimes. He just goes full NPC reset.
Jesse, we're gonna do this for the kids at the back of the bus. If you're on a ball tard, where should the most of the blue lines be? On top of the red one or below the red one?
But this doesn't really have anything to do with flat versus globe. It has more to do with whether light.
Yes, but the path would be following a curved line. So if the light is allegedly following a curved line, where would they land when they get to the other end? On top of the straight line or below the straight line, Jesse? You can do this. I know you can do it.
Says he can't.
Below, maybe, Jesse? I know that sounds confusing. So here you are complaining, oh my goodness, the majority's on top. We don't care. They should be on bottom.
I feel like I've been asking for that for a while. Where'd you get these refraction values from, anyways? I want to see the data. I want to see what test you did, right? And all kinds of different conditions and different frequencies of light. I want to see all the data. I want to know how you know what happens to the light from where it comes from the object to your eye. I want to see that.
Jesse, we'll get back to you in a moment. He's just dealing with correspondence.
This chart, this was a chart that Indio posted. I think he posted a paper somewhere near where he posted the chart, above where Jesse put the chart. And I think India was saying that over 25 miles or something like that, it would only create something like 8 inches of deviation maximum.
Shouldn't it be 8
It's an
inches for
interesting number.
for a mile?
No, India said
25
over
miles.
25 miles distance.
But
Because
for the
it's the
ball
tide.
tide, shouldn't it be 8 inches for the mile? So at 1 mile, that's the reading we should get at 1 mile.
I don't know if it's related to the drop over distance as much and how it relates to it specifically. I don't know. Hopefully India comes back in a minute. He can explain it. I need to read the paper. Yeah, I put a more accurate red line in the center of the blue information. I'll post it. Travis is always on the ball. Yeah, right. I was fixing that up while you were taking those screenshots, Travis, showing that Jesse swayed it a little bit by
Yeah, I
accident,
didn't.
I'm sure.
No, I didn't. Just go check the source. I was dead on. I was
No,
utterly
your red
dead on.
line. Your red
No.
line.
Well, so that whoever made the PDF didn't put the numbers lined up with the tick marks. But look at the 1, 2, and 3, and 4 up, positive and negative. Every one of the numbers is above its corresponding tick mark. So I lined it up to the tick mark because that's what the data was referenced to. The numbers weren't, for some reason, they didn't line their numbers up with their tick marks.
So Jesse, you've looked at the center of that graph and seen the big bulge in the middle that's above the line and gone, oh my god, the whole lot's above the line. What's the average for the whole lot?
I don't know. The average. I'm not sure what you mean. The average of what?
Every single one of those blue lines. Average. Unless average has changed its definition since I've been at school, and I do apologise.
Yeah, I lined up a more appropriate thickness of line with the tick marks.
Looks like your line's a little above the tick mark, but it's kind of blurry. I'll do a nice big. I'll do it real proper here. Hold on.
And we can talk about red lines. Great. Just follow that red herring. Bzzz! Gotcha, you bastard. Off you go.
Does this mean, with all this refraction talk, the horizon's not geometric?
Yeah, I would say that there is no evidence at all that such a thing exists.
Would that also mean that the mountain peak that's miles away, sometimes dozens of miles away, does that mean that that's not geometric either?
Correct.
I think that's what that means.
That would be apparent as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Huh. Shoot. Well, I hope nobody wasted time with a theodolite, measuring something 87 miles away or 105 miles away or whatever it was, and then tried to pretend like there was geometry involved. That would be stupid.
Yeah, you'd never know where that mountain's really supposed to be, right?
Not really. I mean, apparently the light's refracting.
So where is it?
So how do we give a value to this? I mean, who tested how this path of light actually is? How it actually is related to the thing that you're seeing? Who tested that, I wonder?
Maybe it was Jesse Path of Light.
Oh, that would make sense.
Maybe he's got something he can show us. How do you know the top of the mountain is where the top of the mountain is, Jesse?
In the reciprocal zenith, simultaneous reciprocal zenith measurement,
That tells you where the top of the mountain is?
Yeah.
Optically? Do you huff paint, dude? Seriously.
Right.
If you don't even know
So
where the horizon is, you can't tell where the top of the mountain is.
we don't care how many other theodolites are involved. You're looking through your theodolite. You're looking at the other mountain. How do you know it is where it is?
More sandwich making.
I know a few mechanics. I am stuffed if I'd let them make me a sandwich.
You get a grease sandwich, mate.
Yeah, they're pretty nasty.
I'll put, instead of onion rings, I'll put piston rings in there, Instead of salami, I'll use old cork gasket material scraped off the bottom of an engine. That'll be one greasy sandwich.
I'm a plumber. Imagine what I have for lunch.
Shit singers with no bread. So anyways, Jesse, you were going to say about your reciprocal blah, blah, blah. You're looking through your theodolite or total station. You're looking across to the other hill where the other dude was. How do you know he is where he is?
Well, I guess I could try again. So, it seems reasonably logical to me that if we both measure a very similar elevation angle to each other,
No, we're not after logic or what you both did. You're looking at him. We've established that because you've shown us pictures of it. How do you, Jesse Path of Light, know that the other guy is where he is? Remember, because all this refraction bullshit is messing up all your readings and whatnot. You account for it afterwards. So how do you know you're even hitting him correctly in the first place?
The answer is I don't. Well, the answer is because the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then I just correct to that amount. And it just works.
Are you got a party or something going on there, Jesse? You're making sandwiches again?
Oh, I am making so many sandwiches.
Piston ring sandwiches.
Yeah, theodolite.
It's just
Looking through it. Oh, keep going,
it's
Jesse.
just like it's strange behavior. You know, you ask him a direct question about the topic, and then he goes completely silent. And so then you ask him the question about a sandwich, and he answers. So he is obviously selecting what he will and will not answer to, because anything that's inconvenient, he does not answer. And if he does answer, which usually never happens, it's some kind of weird question that really doesn't have anything to do with what we asked in the first place. Or the response is the same thing I said, because I can't answer what you directly asked me. I'm going to talk about something else, like reciprocal zenith angles. So I guess you're begging the question of a globe in the first place. Fantastic.
Well, I wasn't really worried about the other theodolite or total station, just his one in particular. He's looking through it.
Right.
He's lined up whatever he was after, which in this case was the other guy with the theodolite, which is fair enough. That's cool. I just want to know how he knows he's directly.
Well, they both have the same problem. They're both looking through an optic, and they're both assuming that geometrically that's exactly where the guy is that I'm citing, right? 87 miles away or whatever it was. That sounds like that sounds genius. That sounds amazing. Everyone should do that.
Well, I wasn't even putting into question the distance. I just want to know, how does he know that he's hitting his target?
Well, the answer would be he doesn't know, because silence is tacit. It's tacit acquiescence, right? Silence is admission. I don't think Indio's coming back.
Maybe there was a line.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Who is ready to make some science? You'll know when the test starts.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? But how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings? Hey! Oh, it's got a fire in the cockpit!
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Tiene que buscar un cubo ahí para que quede al lado. Echa agua en esa ahí para que no te quede, dale agua.
When you have a bad day, give up. Go home and sleep. Fuck it. Try again tomorrow. Not every bad day can become a good day. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. When you have a day that is fucked beyond repair, that is the universe speaking to you, sending you a message. Listen to the universe. Go home. Save your energy. Tomorrow is another day. For now, just fucking chill. Fuck your job. Do only what you are paid to do. You are not slave. You are not office bitch. Hard work is bad for you. Hard work only good for making somebody else rich. They say hard work never killed anybody. But remember, what doesn't kill you is putting you under chronic stress medication. Work hard, play hard. Bad idea. Work less, play more. Much better idea. Don't stay at work 1 minute more than you have to. When the work is finished, switch off the laptop computer, switch off the phone, switch off the brain. Tell your boss to take their after hours emails and shove it up their ass. You have a life, so live it. And remember, all work and no play makes Jack impotent.
Fuck your phone battery. Let the fucking phone die. Fuck all of the notifications and all of the fucking endless pings. You do not need a fucking charger. A dead phone is freedom. Embrace the freedom. No calls, No text, no bullshit. The world can wait. You do not exist to respond. The silence is sacred. The emptiness is bliss. If it is important, they'll fucking figure it out. But for now, unplug, disconnect, and reclaim your fucking life. Fuck your phone battery. That is all. Fuck your phone battery. Let the fucking phone die. Fuck.
If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation.
Your boss is not your friend. Your company is not your family. Don't get emotional about your job. Your boss not care about you. Your boss is only caring about making the money. When you are sick and your boss is saying, get well soon. He's saying this because he wants you to get well so you can come back and do the work to make the money. When your boss is asking, how are you? He is not asking because he actually cares. It is merely a formality. When you are sick in the bed, then he is asking, how are you feeling? What is actually going through his mind is, this asshole is laying in the bed costing me the money. When will he be coming back to the work to make the money? When your mother dies and you are taking the time off to mourn and your boss is saying, let me know if there's anything I can do. What he's actually saying is, let me know what I can do to help you cry faster so that you can come back to work and make me the money. Whenever you are taking the time off to rest, recover or mourn, you are an inconvenience to your boss. And no matter how much hard work you have done and how much ass you have kissed, when it is no longer profitable to employ you, they will fire you. So don't give your heart and soul to a place that don't give a fuck about you. Focus on what is important in life and don't forget to have fun.
I have returned.
We're waiting. I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, Kanu function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change the section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction, divine direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, san mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang bring equations, not excuses.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Who the fuck think the Earth is flat?
Hey guys, can I be undeafened? Hello, everybody. What are you doing here?
Hello. Hello.
Do you know one thing? The earth isn't flat, you damn bastards. You are fucking retarded, was singing please just for some fun.
Dynamic duo. Welcome. Got any questions about the Earth's shape? I'm here to answer questions. One down, two down. No question. length. Guys, what do you think? What do you mean by the Earth is flat? It's really flat. Let me rant a little bit here. I don't think the Earth is flat. Maybe it's more like you guys' brain is flat. I don't know. Why the Earth is flat? Let's see. Okay. Let's do some.
What's up, dude?
What's up? Welcome to the Flat Earth community.
Nice. So, what is it that you think? Like, are you just joshing? Are you joking that it's flat, or is this like a serious channel?
I have no idea. I just spawned here and actually have no idea what this server is about. And also,
Are you a flat earther?
yeah. No, I'm not a host here. I don't think there's any host here.
Oh, well, I'm a host.
Oh, you're a host.
You want me to
Oh, okay.
what?
Okay, so can you please enlighten me why the Earth is flat?
Because it measures that way.
Okay, so what is the measurement and who measure it? You?
Yes, I went outside. I looked at the horizon. I wanted to know the distance to the horizon because
Oh
if
yeah.
I'm on a sphere, then the horizon is the maximum distance that I can see because objects would then begin to disappear bottom up because the Earth is getting in the way, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So they've given us the radius value, right? They say it's 3,959 miles. If that's
Mm-hmm.
true, then geometry dictates that the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. So, what you do is you go out to like water, because again, the water is perfectly conforming to the surface of a sphere because gravity's holding it to the surface, right? And
Yeah,
then
exactly.
water doesn't make mountains, water doesn't make hills. There are no valleys, so there's no topography to get in the way of me measuring the distance to the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say I go to a beach and there's a peninsula off in the distance. I learn the distance to the peninsula. It's 5 miles away. Okay. So now when I
Yeah.
reference the horizon to this peninsula, if it's between me and the peninsula, I know that the distance to the horizon is less than 5 miles. If it's farther than the peninsula, then I know that the horizon is greater than 5 miles away, right? It could be a peninsula, it could be whatever, right? You just need a something in the distance that's not going to move that you know the distance to, right? Because you're trying to identify the distance to the horizon so that you can measure an arc on the circumference of the surface because you can't dig to the other side and get a diameter, right? So
Yeah.
what people have done is they've gotten the distance to the horizon and then they use trigonometry to get the radius value to verify if the claim is true. 3,959 miles, right? People have observed at 1 foot observation height on the horizon greater than 1.2 miles away. 10 miles. Bless you. 10 miles away was the horizon, 1 foot. If that's true, the observation's telling you that the radius is 264,000 miles. This is 260,000 miles larger than what they claim. Other people have seen from 3.5 feet the horizon 13 miles away. This means the radius value is 127,000 miles. Others have seen it from 50 meters height and 463 kilometers away, right? The radius value for that observation is 2.4 million kilometers.
2 point.
And they're claiming 6,000 on the radius.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you can either conclude that the Earth is expanding and shrinking in size, or you're looking across a flat surface and something else is causing the limitation of vision. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of get it. Okay. So, but how can you explain like so if we look into the sky in the night, right? We're gonna see like different stars in different places, right? Okay. So how do you explain it?
The stars are moving across the sky over a flat surface. They don't go underground. They always stay in the sky above the Earth.
Oh, right.
There is no
They never.
in outer space. No.
So they never
The disk can
disappear.
create space.
Ah, they always above our head. We just can see them in the night
As a big
in the daylight.
as a big picture, right? The Earth underneath your feet is the floor of all of existence that you will ever experience, right? The floor. So whatever the lights in the ceiling are doing has no bearing, has no meaning. It doesn't tell you the shape of the floor.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think. Yeah, I think I will do some research on this matter. Because I just like you, I'm very suspicious about the stuff that NASA and the government released. I mean, it's like we can really 100% put on 100% our trust in them, right? We had to be had to be a little bit. I don't know. It just feels suspicious for me. So thank you.
They're welcome. Also,
Yeah.
I would tell you, if you're on the internet, you're looking around for information on flat Earth, if you find a disk in outer space, ignore it. That's not what I'm claiming. If you want to know what I'm claiming or what this panel is claiming, you would ask us directly and we'll give you direct questions. A lot of times
Yeah.
the questions you'll ask, we may like ask you a question to get you to think about the answer or to follow a train of logic so that you can reach the conclusion, and at the same time, we're gauging how much you know and understand. So,
Yeah.
whenever
Yeah.
you bring us information about how the Earth's a sphere, we're going to first identify whether this is something that you know to be true or whether you find it a belief. And then if you find it a belief, how would you support, your reasoning for believing it? And then we'll tell you we know the Earth is flat. We'll give methods of how to measure it, right? Getting measurements of, shadow angles from objects, that's not a method of measuring the shape of the ground. That's getting an angle measurement to the light source that the light is casting the shadow from, right? So
Yeah.
if you want to
Yeah.
learn more
I
on the
get it.
topic, here's the place to be. We can give you
Yeah.
links to libraries and recommendations if you choose.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely come back. Yeah, because I will do some research. Yeah. Okay. See you. I had to do my own research.
All right, well,
Yeah. Have a good day.
you too. What's up, Naki? I can't remember if Naki was the earth god or the sky god. I want to say it was the earth god of uh, the Sumerians.
No.
Yeah, Anu was the sky god. Naki was the earth god, and that's how you got the Anunnaki.
Is that true?
Yes.
It's very, very strange.
That's how is that
So
strange with
what
the
is topic in this channel?
the topic of the channel is how the Earth is or is not a sphere. It's measured flat, but people believe it's a sphere.
Sorry, could you repeat it because my vocabulary is limited.
All right. The topic is how the Earth is flat, not a ball, a sphere.
Oh.
People believe that the Earth is a sphere, but the Earth measures flat.
Okay.
It's
But
like,
it seemed like only the two of us are conversation.
how do you mean? Say it again.
I said I think it seems like only we are conversation.
Well, there's more people in the room, and I'm going to leave in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
But the let's see. It's like, have you actually tried to measure the Earth to see if it was a sphere? Or have you ever, with your own eyes, seen the Earth as a sphere, a ball?
It is so difficult question for me.
All right, Matrix, have fun.
Oh, you bailing out, are you, mate?
Yeah, I gotta go to work. I gotta be a pleb.
Oh, fair enough. Hang on a minute. FE guys don't have jobs. No worries, mate. Have a good one.
You too, dude.
See ya. Welcome. going to be one of those episodes, isn't it? Welcome. Wow, that one was quick. Welcome. Welcome. I'm actually waiting for someone to put together a audio clip of welcome, dudum, welcome, dudum. Hey, how's it going? Dudum. Seriously, that'll be some funny shit. Especially if you get some kind of dubstep thing going on in the background to line them all up. No, Clippy, that's not your cue to do something nasty to me. Welcome. Oh, come on. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, hello. I heard someone ruffling around there. Welcome. I think Yatri's been in here before.
He's not going to join VC.
Nah. Ooh.
Okay.
The force is strong with this one.
You know nothing about me. Funny because people that say that stuff are usually the most like cookie cutter people.
Oh dear, T-Dub's in. This text rat's about to get squashed.
Oh, what?
Nothing. I was just thinking out loud. It's all good.
Who's the dirty rat?
Yeah, text bug. I do my best, Ghostbusters. Get him, Ray! But anyways, welcome to Anakin.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Hi everybody.
Yeah, you're unmiked, mate, so it sort of says to me that you're willing to talk. So what brings you here today, my friend?
I just want to listen. I'm cleaning my room. So I just...
Well, the best way to listen is to ask questions and get direct answers. That way, it saves you from beating around the bush, doesn't it? Saves wasting time.
I'm a flat earther.
I don't believe you.
You're no fun.
Okay then, we'll just ask you the same questions. How did you come to that conclusion? What tells you, Anakin, that it is flat?
I did a debate a few months ago that made me think.
Okay, flat Earth. What about it?
That's great. I spoke to you like 5 minutes ago, you said nothing, and now just as another gentleman's talking, you decided to pipe up. Kiri,
I'm sorry,
chuck
I'm just gonna get muted, right?
No, you can mute yourself because you're an adult, and we respect your abilities to do so. If you could put yourself on mute, that would be great, so Anakin can finish what he was going to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just getting myself.
Don't worry, we'll come back and talk to you. We're not just going to throw you in the bin. Anyways, Anakin, as you were, mate. How did you come to the conclusion that it was flat?
Full, man, waiting for the trucks to come round. Can't get anyone in there right now.
All the lies that NASA told me, and I researched about it, and it was actually true. Like all the things that they, all the pictures they share, it's not true.
How do you know this? That's what we're trying to break it down, is the knowledge side of it. What have they done? What have they said? What have you done that proves that these things are true or false?
Yeah, I used to believe in the picture that NASA showed by the telescope.
Yep.
And someone in this VC told me that all these pictures, all these colors are fake.
And you just believe them instead now. So instead of believing NASA, you believe what someone else has said. So you've basically picked up your belief system and just chucked it on something else.
No, I searched about it and on the internet, on the books, and it was actually true that they use fake colors, everything.
Now we're getting to the good bits. So you found out they use composite images, and they're not actually direct photos. See, that's the kind of things we like, when people go out and do their own research. We don't expect people to believe us directly. That's great if you do. I'm not going to stop you. But when you've got a voice like this, I sound like a cartoon. I can't see people believing me, and I don't want them to. I want them to take that step for themselves, go out, do their own measurements, do their own research, and find out what is true and or false.
Yeah.
No, cool. Good for you, mate. So you keep on your journey there. Thanks, mate. No, all good. So you keep on your journey and keep testing things. Don't be scared to question stuff. That's how you get answers. Anyways, we better let Kiri have his talk now. He's getting a bit excited. All right, Kiri, what was it? You're up.
No, I don't want to crash the fucking party, but still. Sorry for the F word.
Mate, I've got an Australian accent. Seriously? You're apologising to an Australian? Just don't do it again.
No, I'm going to refrain from using the F word because sometimes, I get too excited.
But
I'm
anyways.
from France. I'm from Europe. I'm from France.
Yep, fair enough.
And it's not the first time I joined English Hub. I've been there. I've been around when I was. I taught multiple people here, how to speak proper English. Believe it or not. And
you have a really
I feel
good
like
English.
For the past year or some,
How long have you been?
Maybe 2
studying
years.
English?
People were debating. Some people were debating on some random stuff. I mean, it was interesting, and then here comes the Flat Earth Discord, the Flat Earth debate on Discord, on the English app, where literally no one wants to debate it because they don't have the arguments, they don't have the proper background scientific knowledge in order to respond. So, of course, everyone's people who know how to debate.
So, do you think?
I'm gonna crush the conversation. Okay, I'm just.
No.
Just a little bit of context.
Do you think this is a question of science?
It's not my point. I'm just giving you a little bit of context.
In totality,
here we are.
Do you think that this flat Earth is a question of science?
Here we are. Since 2024, we opened the debates on English Hub, and we are still talking about flat Earth. I mean,
yep. And now I can ask you exactly the same question. It is bothering you because you're here.
Irrelevant. So I was going to ask a question relative to the debate. Don't worry.
Okay. So now we can ask the same question again.
I'm reaching towards it.
Do you think that this is a question of science? You mentioned a minute ago that this is about science.
Are you asking me a question, or am I allowed to ask a question? Because you are.
I'm asking you a question, the same one I've asked 4 times now.
I'm the one who asked the question. It's a debate. You have to defend. I don't believe in flat Earth.
You're yet to put forward an argument.
I'm asking a question, and you defend your fucking.
You haven't asked a question. You've got to put forward something for me to attack or defend. Are we even in the same conversation here?
I didn't ask a question.
It sounds like Kiri, stop talking.
Yeah,
it sounds like
my question would be.
Kiri, please stop talking for 1 minute.
Wow. You don't let anyone talk for shit.
Shut the fuck up! My God, mate. Listen. The way you're talking to me is like as if somebody else is talking and you're talking to them and you can't hear me. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you believe that this is a question, flat Earth that is, do you believe that this is a question of science?
It is.
That is where you're incorrect. This is why you're having trouble debating it. Because it's a question of geometry. It's a question of pure measurements, my friend.
Okay. I didn't ask a question. Can I
No, I didn't. You didn't have to. You're interrupting whilst I was halfway through my sentence. Thank you.
About my question.
You can ask your question as soon as you understand something. This is not a question of science. This is a question of geometry. A question of shapes. You weren't talking. You're sitting quiet, remember?
Let me ask a question.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished yet. You may ask your question as soon as I have completed what I have to say. Again,
it's a monologue.
Again, this is not a question of science.
Okay.
When I say stop, that is okay. Shut up. I will say I have done when I'm finished talking. For fuck's sake, to make.
So I can ask.
All right, I'm just going to do this the old way. My goodness, no wonder English people get upset with Frenchies. I finally understand it now. Anyways, the flat earth thing that you're in this room for, that's bugging you, that you want to debate, you can't debate it because it's a measurement. That's why. It is not a question of science. Now, when I say it's not a question of science, that's not me saying to you, you may ask your question, I feel like answering science right now. You must be misconstruing that with something else. The questions you are asking are scientific. This is false. The questions you should be asking are about geometry, are about measurement. This is why you are struggling to debate this, because you do not understand science in this context. False. Geometry, yes, good. Now I have finished. You may ask your question.
Out of all due respect, I was just asking a question. Okay. No need to,
You may ask. Go for it. Ask your questions.
To 100%, it's okay. My question would be, why do you guys consider the Earth flats?
That is an easy one that I can answer.
Well,
one question at a time. I don't want 6 questions. You asked the question. I may now answer it. You just asked it. I know your English is not good. So how about you stop talking? How about you stop talking?
The sun is round and the moon is round and.
Kiri, you asked a question. Why we think it's flat? The answer is simple. When we measure it, there's no measurable curvature. That's the answer to the question. You may now ask your next one.
Oh, I'm allowed to ask 2 questions? Okay. You didn't let me finish on the first one, but it's okay.
Okay, Kiri, before you ask, hold. Okay. Before you ask, I want you to listen careful. Yeah, that's great. You fucking shut up. Stop talking. Be silent.
Why we?
Okay, mute. This is how the game is going to work. You are going to ask one question. Uno. One question. Then we will answer it for you. This is what we don't want. Question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4, and then you get upset that I don't answer number 2. I don't want that. I'd like to answer your questions. So I need you to ask them one question, then get an answer. I know you can do this, so let's try again. Please ask your question.
Okay. Second question is, well, when you observe the moon and when it passes in front of the sun,
wait,
we can literally observe the shape of the Earth because of, through the shadow of the moon. The Earth is flat, is round. we can literally see it.
Well, why didn't you have anything to say about the response of the last thing you asked? You cool with that answer?
What would be your answer to that? We can literally see the shape of the Earth shaped on the moon.
What was your response to the answer of the first question?
It was a claim.
Answer my question and I'll answer the other one.
Okay, we're flat earthers because when we measure the ground and the surface of the earth, there's no measurable curvature. Okay, so that's the answer to your first question.
What about observation?
Yeah, that's great. And we do long-range observations too. So, what is your response to my answer?
What do you mean? Curvature?
Well, I gave you an answer. You asked a question. Kiri, I asked a question. You ask a question. Yep. Why are we flat earthers? I answer you. We are flat earthers because the ground is measured with no curvature. And you can respond to this.
No, you are digressing.
I'm not digressing. I answered your first question. You're digressing.
You didn't. So
You're
what
not
would be
having
the question? The shape of the
listen,
Earth?
You're not.
Is
Hey,
that-
listen, bro. Listen. You're
Okay.
not having a response to the first question, right? Kind of indicates to
Yeah,
us
you
that
didn't answer
you
the
don't
first
really
question.
want an answer. You're not really listening to the answer.
The first
you don't
question
care
is
about the
observation.
answer.
You guys are
Yeah.
talking to measurements. I get that. When you measure the curvature of the Earth, it doesn't
You
match.
don't though. That's what we're trying to tell you. There's none to measure.
But that's another thing. You're digressing.
What do you mean it's not a thing? Would you like me to post in the side chat? Would you like me to post in the side chat laser tests showing
How do you
no
explain
curvature
the shape
measured?
of the Earth when the
He said
moon
that
is?
was. He said it was another thing, Matrix. Not a thing.
It's not a measurable problem. It's an observable problem.
Okay, so
You
where
guys
do you
are-
observe curvature?
Still don't get that. But still.
Where? Okay, it's an observation problem. Where do you, Kiri? Where do you observe curvature in nature?
Everywhere.
Naming?
I mean, the shape of an
Yeah. Where do you see curvature? Don't digress. Don't sidestep. Where do you see curvature?
The universe in and of itself is curved. We can literally see it.
So you don't. You either don't understand the question or you're deliberately sidestepping.
It's because of gravity. You don't believe in gravity?
Oh dear Lord, it's gonna be one of those.
Yeah, I think he's
Problematic.
just a troll, Kiri. He's a time waster.
I'm not a troll. I'm just reminding you guys.
To understand basic things like.
Okay, let someone ask another question. I
I
don't
asked
want
you
to
about
bother
the
you
Earth.
guys.
You invoke
I'm
atoms,
just gonna follow
and then
the
you invoke the entire universe. So, like, are you just special?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Maybe
The
if
Big
you
Bang
spend
is-
less time
the Big Bang
talking,
is
Kiri,
spherical.
and more time listening, you would know what questions are.
The creation is spherical. It's the bubble.
No. You're yet to prove that. That's our problem. We thought and we were taught it was a sphere, the same as you when you were at school. We got taught the same thing, just in a different language. That is all. Now, when we go outside to measure for this sphericity or curvature, we don't find any. That is what the hang-up is.
Gravity in and of itself behaves like a.
So what the
photosphere.
fuck has gravity got to do with measuring the shape of the ground?
Have you ever seen a black hole in
What the fuck has let's answer the question. What has gravity got to do with measuring the ground?
black hole? A black
What
hole
has
is
gravity got to do with measuring the ground?
Okay. Have you ever seen a black hole?
What has gravity got to do with measuring the ground? 3 from 3.
That's how gravity behaves.
What has gravity got to do with measuring the ground? 4.
It's Einstein. It's curved.
What has gravity got to do with measuring the ground? 5.
Gravity behaves like a sphere.
What has gravity got to do with measuring the ground? 6.
Oh, you're measuring the effect of gravity in the.
No, you're not. We're measuring the shape of the ground. So yet again,
Yeah,
what has gravity got to do with measuring the shape of the ground?
Earth is a sphere, right? It's not.
No.
You guys are in a flat Earth. See, it's complicated.
It's not complicated. You're making it complicated.
Gravity behaves.
You came
as a
in,
sphere.
Kiri. You came in
In
here
space, it's
bitching
just-
about how we still exist on this server. You obviously don't appreciate our presence here, so you're here to waste our time.
I don't. I'm just trying to debate. I'm just like.
Yeah, you're a fucking
Putting
idiot, so
arguments-
go-
After it's already been explained quite clearly that there is no debate. It's a question of measurement. This is why you're still stuck. This is why you're still hung up on it. It is just about measuring the ground, measuring for drop over distance. Nothing more, nothing less. When you do this or see this done, then you will understand. But anyways, we've also got, I don't know if Anakin wants to ask any more questions, because he's probably looking down going, yeah, nah, I have enough of that already, mate. Anyways, we got, what's this, Cruddy guy? Try cleaning your glasses, Matrix.
There's like literally every other topic in this fucking server beyond just learning English. And I bet he doesn't take issue with them.
I was just reading his side chat. Let me talk. No, let me make a monologue. Definitely not. He hasn't been text muted, has he?
I text muted him, yeah.
Might be safer to let him operate in the text. At least he'll be limited to his questions that he can post.
Not serious whatsoever. I don't know why he's here. Wasting his own time and our time. He just move along. Get on with his life. Believe what he wants to believe.
Okay, people, move along. There's nothing to see here.
Gravity brought him here.
Oh, not another one. Hey, Bill, how's it going, mate?
I mean, he answered his own question. You know, he's like, "Fuck, you guys have been here for almost 2 years." It's like, yeah, because of people like you, Kiri. It's like we could have came in, spent 2 weeks here, educating everyone in the server. They could all understood why the Earth is flat, and then we could have packed up and left. But you're all a bunch of fucking morons that can't be educated. So we're here 2 years, and we'll probably be here for 2 years more and beyond that. Because it takes a year to educate a single fucking glober. Basic, simple fucking measurements of a surface, really. It's not complex. You invoke atoms and gravity and the entirety of the universe and all of reality. It's just like, people are special, man. He's text muted, Alaskan. He's not going to be able to respond.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, because our argument is that the Earth's geometry can be determined independently of trying to figure out things why things fall, independently of why things like eclipses occur and that sort of thing. That because they have an inbuilt like whole storyline and reasons for those other things, and it involves the Earth being a sphere, they feel that we're obligated to have to answer those questions. Since their explanation is wrong, then we must provide them an alternative, right? No, we don't. No, we don't. And we don't have to be concerned about it, and nobody is obligated or has to talk about it. And them not being willing to even talk about it would not mean that you are correct or that your so-called scientists are correct about those things. No, they can still be absolutely 100% incorrect, and the Earth still be flat because of the direct measurement, independent methods of determining its geometry.
They have no ability to separate explanation from demonstration. They're synonymous to them. There's a harsh reality here is that most people can't be taught this, right? You get one chance with a human life, right? The first conditioning, the first bullshit you put into their mind, for most people, is going to be what they stick with for their entire existence. Once they're infected with this nonsense, pretty much not coming out. I mean, if you really approach this topic with no emotions involved, right? Not bringing your identity into the fold, and just coming from a completely empiricist angle, I mean, the globe collapses within 5 seconds.
Hello, hello everybody. I have a question.
Yes, please ask your question.
So I will be very, very humbled, and I'm a chill guy, by the way. And nice to meet you, all of you guys. So, first of all, when I see the ocean, I see waves. Like oceans have waves like sine function or cos function.
Yep.
They have continuous waves.
Not
And by the
always.
way, I want to ask, what is the shape of Earth? Shape.
What is Earth's shape?
Shape of Earth.
It's planar with topography.
No. Planar is a surface, but shape.
Excellent.
Like,
Oh, so you want to know the defined outer shape? Don't know.
you don't know.
No, we're not making claims about dimension or size.
No. Like a cylinder, according to you, like you say,
It's unknown. It is an unknown to humanity.
but cylinder will be looks fine because you say the Earth is flat. So cylinder is like fine thing. Cylinder,
How do you know it's a cylinder?
because cylinder surface on the top is flat, and the rest of it is
I
like
think
a dirt.
we're like an upright cylinder.
Yeah, right cylinder. Right. 90-degree.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like, how are you going to prove that?
I cannot prove. I just asking, and you say it's unknown. So I respect you. So now let's back to the topic. What I'm saying, like you see waves of sine or cos in water surface. Am I correct?
Yeah, I observe waves. Yeah.
So what do you think? Why these waves are continuous? Why don't they stop?
They do stop. The waves are not continuous. Have you ever been to the ocean on a perfectly calm day where it looks like glass?
But on ocean, I always see waves.
That's just where you live. Where I used to live in Newcastle, we had waves ranging from 15 foot down to glass, where there was nothing. And everything in between.
Yeah, the glass will be very fine. Like glass plane, you see about glass plane, it can eventually scenes, but mostly of the water is not stable. Like you can see a very small waves on the ocean.
When I said it was glass, as in it was a mirror, not moving, no wind, perfect. It looked fantastic. The only thing I'm kicking myself about is I never had my camera on me on the days where these has happened.
What the T-bird is saying, like the guy is surfing on a wave and jump off. Yeah, T-bird give a very good photo, like very good video. Why do you think these waves are coming? Like what's the purpose? How these waves come?
Wind, tidal nodes. You'll notice some places they don't get any swells at all, whereas other places get massive tidal changes.
Yes, tidal changes.
That's interesting, isn't it? What do they claim on the heliocentric model that causes these tidal changes?
What is a heliocentric model?
Heliocentric model: Sun, Moon, stars, Earth traveling around the Sun in an elliptical orbit. The rest of the planets, heliocentric, sun-centered.
Heliocentric astronomical model in which Earth and planets revolve around relatively stationary sun at the center of solar system.
There you go.
Sun at the center of solar system with Earth and planets orbiting around it. So it's a heliocentric theory.
Just a theory.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Interesting when you start looking things up, how it all falls into place. So it's a theory, it's just someone's idea.
While early concepts were proposed by ancient Greek philosophers like Samos in 3rd century BC, the theory was
Well,
formally
the issue
established.
is, my friend, and you're probably reading directly off Wikipedia or ChatGPT or one of those. When we go out to measure the Earth, there's no curvature. So in one hand, we have all of these Wikipedias and ChatGPT telling us that it's curved and this is the curvature rate. And then on the other hand, we've got people going and testing that and finding out that it's not true. So how are you, as the third party, going to tell the difference between Wikipedia saying yes, curved, and Matrix saying no, not curved? How are you going to separate the two? What are you going to do to prove one or the other?
I am not here to prove, I'm just here to ask questions. Oh,
But
there is
what would you do to separate the two? What do you think you could do to separate the two?
I mean,
what's the
are we
point?
serious though? Are you seriously asking this?
No, I thought it was a joke. Of course I'm seriously asking it.
Of course, the Earth is round, man. There's a lot of
Kenchi, just mute yourself. You don't interrupt conversations in this channel. Have common decency here. Learn it.
Oh,
So you believe in genocentric theory? Genocentric, where the Earth is a center and rest of us.
Geocentric. That would imply that the Earth is placed somewhere, that it's in the middle of something. What if
So
what if Earth is the thing? How
don't
can
you know that
the thing be the center of itself?
FF saying like, don't you want to know exactly 10%, 100% where you exactly live on, yes or no?
I do. I do know exactly
So
where I live.
FF This dog picture person saying something I don't know. FF.
Right, Prime, just focus on the voice chat.
Okay, let's focus. So, do you believe in genocentric theory? So, do you have your opinion why the
No,
sun looks?
I don't. Some people might call it geocentric, but that would mean that the Earth is in the center of something. Earth being in the middle, in the center, Earth being the center, I would say rather that Earth is the thing that something would be in the center of, not Earth is in the center of something else. But that's me. That's just me. That's me personally.
Okay. So, what do you think about the shape of sun? Like shape of
Shape of
sun?
the shape of the
Yeah.
sun looks like a
Yeah.
disc.
Disk.
Yeah, that's what astronomers call it, the disk of the sun.
Disk.
Yes, that's what astronomers call it to this very day.
So, according to you, sun is 2D, two-dimensional thing.
No, I never said that. I never said
Disk
that.
is a two-dimension. Disk.
I never said it is a disk.
You said sun is disk.
I never said it is one. I said it looks like one. And that's what astronomers call it. Modern astronomers call it the disk of the sun.
What do you mean by disk, by the way? What is a disk actually?
It just appears to us as a disk in the sky, a disk of light.
Yeah, disk is two-dimensional.
Yeah, that's how it appears to us.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
It appears like a disk, but
Yes.
I will give you
Circular
example.
disk of light. That's what it looks
I will
like.
give you.
But I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you what its shape, what its actual physical structure is like, if it even has one.
Everybody has. So
Can you say that again?
everybody has
Everybody has what?
shape of sun.
Yeah, things can appear to have a shape and not be a structure, a physical structure.
By the way, this dog pic guy saying sending something, I cannot see it. Can you elaborate? I hate Discord, by the way. Glitch very perfectly.
So he's posted a picture there of what appears to be four spherical objects. And at first glance, you would think that those are all balls, but only one is an actual ball, a full three-dimensional sphere.
Wow.
It's just showing you that, sometimes when you look with your eyes aren't telling you exactly what you see. It's not giving you enough information, or it's giving you ideas about its form, which may not be true. Just
So
like,
T-Bird,
just like, go.
you say that yes.
Looking at something else isn't going to necessarily tell you much about the thing that you live on, is it? I mean, if you want to investigate the properties and the physical structure of a certain thing, you will investigate and examine that thing, not look at something else, and then assume that the thing you were attempting to investigate shares similarities with something else, right?
Hmm. What your opinion on geocentric? Like Earth is fixed and everything is revolving around it. What's your opinion in it?
Everything moves above. Things in the sky move above the Earth, above what we live on.
So yeah, what's your opinion? Like Earth is fixed. According to you, Earth is fixed object, and Sun and Moon, every other planets revolving around Earth.
Not around Earth, above Earth. They move above Earth, above it. Yep.
Above. So, but Earth is also an object.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that Earth is like an object, and I don't know that the things in the sky are physical objects. Like I know Earth is physical, right? So what we live on is physical, but I'm not assuming that it's like a physical object embedded in a larger space with something surrounding it. For all I know, Earth is the floor of all of the universe, all of everything that we know to be true. It's the floor, the ground floor, the base, the bottom. There's nothing else below it. Right.
It's very spiritual thing. Very good. Very good.
Well, that's that's all I'm ever going to experience the Earth as being a plane, right? That's not moving, and I'll never be able to know if there's like room below it, like so that you could go outside of the reality of Earth and somehow go underneath it and come up the other side or something like that. Like there's no reason for me to think that that would ever be the case. I've never experienced anything being below the ground that I see in the sky, like clouds or the moon or the sun or stars. No reason to think that they go underneath the Earth.
Yeah, they don't go underneath to Earth because Earth itself is an object on the universe in the universe. Why do you
No,
think
Earth is the universe.
Earth is a universe?
Yeah,
So, so what's
it's
beyond this
the
universe?
floor of it. The floor of it. I don't know. I don't know that there is such a thing as beyond reality, beyond outside of physical reality.
Very spiritual, by the way. Where you read this in Quran or or Bible?
Pretty much grew up Christian.
So you read in Bible.
That's been my go-to for spiritual matters. Yeah.
So do you believe in like ice walls on Antarctica, in South Antarctica? Like I
There's
read a very controversial creepypasta type shit story where when you go beyond South Antarctica, you will go into the world of magic, where you find a very like different creatures.
No, I don't know about that. I'm not here to guess.
Yeah, that's very good for science fiction movie.
Yeah, it would make a good movie. I'd watch it.
Yeah, this also genocentric thing also make a good movie.
It has its place in the fictional realm. I mean, people suggesting things in fictional form about the Earth being,
T-Bird,
it's,
by the way,
there was a book written, or well, there was a series of stories written for the New Yorker, I think, a magazine, about a ship captain whose ship and crew sailed through a passage in Antarctica and found another land. It was called the Iron Republic, and they found another land across another ocean where there was a society that was much more advanced than at the time. Western civilization at that time. It was like written in the late 19th or early 20th century.
you talked about some movie.
Talks about things like telephones and fax machines and bullet speed, maglev trains and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Hmm,
So that's not a new idea, that beyond the ice of Antarctica there lies something else, more habitable land, maybe some civilization. So that's not a new idea. It's a pretty old idea.
that controversy. Sorry, that's controversy, nothing else.
Can you repeat that?
That's a controversy. Like when you cross South Antarctica, there is called snow walls, and when you cross that walls, you will find another world of magic, and it's so beautiful when I listen about that. But of course, it's a science fiction type thing. It's not real, but it will be very beautiful if it's
That's correct.
like someone can make a very beautiful game and beautiful movie on it. So will be like very unique. Like you cross the earth and you find some creatures, you fight with them. Like beautiful. When, by the way, I want to tell you, I was a very like aggressive towards 24/7 flat earth, and very like aggressive nature because of these things. But now I become very humbled and calm because I'm just listening your opinions, not arguing, not like arguing. What the fuck, my pronunciation? My English is bad, but it's kind of manageable. And yeah,
Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, we're not trying to like turn people into like like get them to join a club or a religion or anything like that. We just want to have the conversation about it
Yeah.
because it's pretty mind blowing and monumental that if the earth is not what we've been told for all our lives and the majority believe it, well, that's pretty big. I mean, like you've got nearly 8 billion people walking around thinking that they live on a giant spinning ball in an ever expanding vacuum, while air and water stick to the side of this big spinning ball inside such a chaotic, inhospitable, ever expanding universe. I mean, and if that's not true, then and most people believe it, then that's kind of like a scary kind of like reality to realize that you live in, right?
Hmm. What's your most beautiful thought about flat Earth? What makes you like thinking about that thing? Like what
Oh,
makes you think like Earth is flat, and like what makes you think like this thing is so beautiful?
yeah. One of the beautiful things about it is that it is a psychological thing. It actually gives you authority and sovereignty back over your own mind and your decisions about how and why what you're experiencing in physical reality, right? So instead of being told about what reality is, you get to experience it for yourself and decide for yourself what physical reality, uh, the experience you're having, right? That's given back to you. It is not taken away from you like it is in childhood. It's taken away from you. You don't get to decide anymore. When you're very young, you're told that your physical reality is not what it seems. It's actually this other thing that you'll never ever get to experience. You'll never ever be able to prove it. But trust us, it's this thing, right? And then so later in adulthood, when I was reminded that my physical reality doesn't show me anything like that, right? It's not apparent to me that I live on a big spinning ball. Suddenly I got to perform investigation about physical reality for myself, right? I got to absorb information that I'm receiving through my senses from physical reality directly and judge it on that alone and not based on what anybody else has ever tried to tell me about it. And then if I have more questions, I can investigate and see if there's information that I'm not quite fully understanding, right, regarding these experiences, and if that's demonstrable and and repeatable, falsifiable, then I can trust that much is true about physical reality. Like, okay, I can't see air. How do I know air exists? Well, I know that I'm breathing something, right? I know that there's pressure filling my lungs. But what is air? What is gas, right? So then we talk about gas, and I have more questions about gas. So then we look into what investigations have been performed by people in the past regarding what gas is and how it behaves, and I can learn from that and understand that. And if I can actually verify those things that have been told about gas in the past for myself, then I can trust that those things are true. Right? I don't have to believe them. I can investigate it for myself and find out the information I was told about gas is actually true. Right? These men here that were studying gas in the past have written about it. Here's their methodology for investigating the behavior of gas and its compositions. And so I can perform these things for myself to determine, hey, this is true, right? But if somebody tells me something about physical reality that I can't witness, I can't observe it, I can't test it, I can't falsify it, I'm left with two options. I can believe it or I can dismiss it out of hand until further evidence is presented.
Okay. So according to you, in briefly I will tell, like flat earth things, like flat earth makes you curious, and to think about that more. So in briefly, you were
Yeah.
saying about like, okay.
And it frees you. It frees you. It allows you to be able to distinguish clearly between what is belief and what is knowledge, right? And not fall for propaganda and misinformation. You can identify, okay, is this misinformation? Okay, I've gathered some information from it. This is the beauty of it. Someone can give you information and then you can investigate it. You don't just have to believe it on faith because they appear to be some sort of authority or they sound smart, right?
And one of the last question is like, do you believe in evolution?
No, if it requires belief, then I'm gonna say no, thank you. Unless it's supported empirically, like with observable, repeatable, falsifiable
Yeah, we have
methodology, you don't have
humans
to
have
accept
humans have fossils, and that's the proof of
it. No, fossils are just proof. Fossils are just indications of a living creature that existed in the past, not that it formed into something else over millions of years. It's just evidence of that life form existing as itself, not existing as something which turned eventually into another species. There's no indication in the fossil records of speciation.
can we debate about that thing if you're like hmm,
You ask physicists themselves, right? Biologists, they'll tell you that nobody has ever witnessed evolution taking place.
no one can, because it
Right,
takes
exactly.
no one can, by the way, no one can, because I will tell you
That make
about
that
that.
that makes it not unscientific, non-scientific, because science is empirical. Science is based on observation at its ground level. If it's not witnessed in some form, experienced by one of the human senses, right, to begin with, then you can clearly rule it out as being anything scientific.
But evolution takes millions of years, but that's logical that no one will witness evolution. But I will say human and every genes of every creatures genes are very selfish, and they will try their best to habitable lives. So genes is the only thing that evolves around that evolves account what the fuck that evolves according to the surrounding, and according to that genes evolution take place over a millions of years because genes want to habitate themselves for the survival of an organism. So
That's
that's
actually
why
an outdated view of evolution. They now say that it's just like pulling the handle on a slot machine and you get what you get, and if it happens to benefit you, that's great. If it actually is causes problems for your survival, then that's the way it is. I mean, it's called random gene mutation, and they'll say that whatever the outcome, it'll either benefit you or 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 have negative impact upon your survival. And it's not so much that it's the environment which is shaping that gene mutation. It can happen randomly for any reason, for no reason. That's what they say. And this isn't me. This is what the experts say. So this idea that evolution is a process of of survival due to environmental conditions is outdated. They don't think that that's true anymore. Maybe some do, but I don't think that's the way they're leaning anymore. But that's my understanding anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've misunderstood. But he's deafened. Anyway. I think I heard some buzzing or something on his end. He might have been getting a phone call.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, you're back?
Yes. So there is some guy, FF, like a dog PFP person, says that dinosaurs does not exist. What's your opinion on this?
Well, they don't. I don't see any, do you?
What?
I said I don't see any. Have you seen any?
Yeah, you
They don't.
never. No one sees dinosaur, but we have fossils of dinosaurs.
Do we?
Don't you? Didn't you see any fossils of dinosaurs? It's in
I've
museums
seen.
with a
I've seen
real bone.
I've seen plaster cast sculptures of what they say is the skeletal representative of the skeletal remains of creatures
Yeah,
which
yeah.
existed long ago in the past, but they're plaster cast. They're not bones.
Do you have any proofs that they're made of like
Can you
polyester?
go ask the museum curator? He'll tell you.
And they say is like it made up of like real remains of dinosaur.
Yeah, they claim that the actual samples are very valuable and very delicate and fragile and vulnerable to things like weather, and their storage is very sophisticated in order to preserve them, and that they can't just risk having like the general public go up and like touch it and stuff and or steal it, right? Damage it.
Do you have any proof?
They might claim to have some bones that, some partial fragments on displays in some museums behind glass cases or cages or whatever, which the public aren't going to be able to touch or access. But like I said, this stuff is supposed to be millions of years old, right? So it's going to be its storage is not going to just be in the open air of a museum where the elements can decay it rapidly and people can break them, potentially damage them or steal them, right? They want them ideally vacuum sealed and stuff like that, like in kept maybe in very specific conditions where the deterioration will be reduced, delayed somewhat, so that they can study it, so that it remains around for a long time, so that it can be studied. I mean, this is like that's just like common sense. You wouldn't just risk having stuff like that out in the open for the general public. It's not like this stuff is like, that they claim is like, it's been preserved underground, right? It's been preserved in certain conditions, which prevented its decay, or turned it into something that allowed it to be able to be found later, right? They don't want to just like the general public being able to get their hands on it. They want it to be stored safely. If you want a sample of dinosaur bone, you have to actually, like, even if you're like a a biologist or whatever, or a paleontologist, whatever, you have to apply to the Smithsonian or whatever institution is claiming they hold those samples, and you have to be authorized, granted permission by those people to be given a sample. You have to have good reason why you want a sample. They could knock you back. They could deny you access to samples.
By the way, bye. Nice to meet T-Bird. Bye.
Okay, see ya. Go Google and check. Like, they're just gonna have that shit out on display if it was real.
Talking about unfalsifiable claims, millions of years, bones that you cannot check or verify. Oh, the guy left? He did.
Yeah.
That's fine. Kiri is muted. Gaia, hello. Kiri, you are unmuted. Were you hot micing, Kiri?
I have nothing to say. I'm just talking to.
No, he's an idiot, Jamesy. He's on mute for a reason.
Oh. Okay. Why you being an idiot, Kiri? Why you acting like an idiot, Kiri? I'm pretty sure you're not an idiot. You're just acting like one.
You shouldn't be calling people idiots, dude. It's not very nice.
I mean, I did it. I didn't. I'm
He's,
saying that he might be
entirely
acting.
incoherent, Jamesy. That's the problem.
Oh.
And he just wants to shotgun my questions.
What about lats?
What's wrong with lats?
Well, lats, how's it going, mate?
Yeah, dude.
A nice profile pic there. Nice flat water. Dang, bro! Look at that! Look at it. Even lines up with the
With the background, I know. I was just looking at that.
You see that? Yeah.
I clicked on his profile, and it comes up. His little water picture lines up with the backdrop of the Discord stuff, and it's just this perfect straight line straight across.
Exactly.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on an Xbox. I can't see it.
You know your profile picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we click on your profile, it's got the Discord background thing with the two-tone thing in it. And your profile picture, with the water lines up perfect with the line that's in the background.
What are the odds? I didn't even plan that. I just got this because it's a Gold Coast. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Kiri, you don't know what the moon is. You can't verify that it's a shadow. And I already showed you that objects with a circular silhouette don't project perfectly curved lines onto a spherical surface, which you would claim the moon is.
Yeah, you saying
This
the
is why I
moon's flat?
told you to go away and study and come back when you understand things better. Because you're just going to post dumb shit like this to us, as if you're proving anything.
Is the moon flat, Kiri? Uh-oh.
Sinusoidal. There's a clue.
Welcome to the channel, Rihanna. Now, Kiri, I'm about to mute you in text again because you're obviously not listening. You're not educated on your side or our side whatsoever. I gave you a video, it's about an hour long, and there's a paper to follow it up. You don't even want to take the time to go and watch that. That's the mark of a fool, basically, to not investigate the evidence that's being presented to him. So, should we sit here
Ultimate
and continue to
ignorance
speak
is the
to a
rejection
fool?
of something you know nothing about, yet refuse to investigate.
Yes. Well, let's continue. Yes.
Good morning, bros.
Morning, AG.
Good day. Good day
Yeah,
to everyone.
Kiri, you're just, your mask is falling off that you're just an anti-flat earth retard. I'm
He's
sorry
clearly a
that flat earth, like, has molested your soul in some way.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to go and deal with that on your own time.
he's clearly a bigot.
Well, have a nice existence, Kiri, because you're getting text muted, and that's final for now.
Kitty.
But I keep getting a message up the top of the screen about being currently muted. Anybody else getting that?
I think it's a glitch. I get that occasionally on my phone.
No, I'm not even touching anything. I'm just looking at the screen and it'll just pop up with a message. You are currently muted. No shit. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, it does that, T-Dub. Whenever you've got your mic muted and you start talking, it'll pop up a little message to remind you that you're muted. So to push the button so others can hear you.
Is
So
that what it
basically,
is?
this
Wasn't even making a noise.
So basically, Discord can hear you while you're muted.
Yeah, it knows that it's locked and it's reminding you because all it just senses sound and it's going, hey, I'm sensing a sound and you're muted and I'm reminding you because you probably want to talk to your mates.
So Discord is telling you, I'm still listening to what you're saying. It's just that they cannot hear you.
Correct.
That's funny because I wondered that. I was like, I can imagine that this app can hear even if I'm muted on the app. The app can actually, and yeah, this confirms my theory of the past.
Pretty much. Some phones let you disable the microphone though, so if you're able to do that, do that.
Or if you're going to follow that path, get an earpiece that's got the microphone and a selector switch on it.
Yeah, that's the way I do it. Yep.
Yep, that too. Another thing is if you're not using it, you should probably have your camera covered. Like Zuckerberg keeps his camera and his mic covered. I wonder why.
Well, no one wants to see him put his skin on. We all got to see V in the 80s.
Can't have anybody. Can't have that. Or anybody catching him recharging his batteries. I remember some of them pictures, he looked like Data, Star Trek.
That fluoride stare.
Yeah. Like the really pale complexion.
I see you guys dealt with Jesse yesterday in the afternoon for my time. Jesse was here early during the day and he got the smackdown from everyone in here and then came back.
The gentle roast that he got from Indio was exceptional.
Bro, he got beat up by AI, Gene CBR, over fences, like everyone in here. He couldn't keep his story straight. or demonstrate anything that he was claiming.
Oh, you guys mean the Indian guy?
Kenshima, hi.
Yeah, but I
Kenshimas.
think he. Yeah,
What happened, Kenshi
I
Master?
think
You have a question?
yeah, sure. I can debate you guys.
Debate? Like about what?
This will be interesting.
The flat Earth theory.
Kidding,
You think
Gemsy.
that you think like water is a debate and the earth is a debate? Is that what you think?
Water isn't a debate, but I think flat Earth theory can be a debate.
It's not a theory. You already observe the Earth to be flat and level. You experience it to be stationary every single day.
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah,
objective reality. It's objective reality is not like an opinion based thing. It's not your opinion or my opinion. It's more like an acknowledgement of the state of the world, the physical and natural world, and we acknowledge it and describe it as is. There is no
Yeah,
debate.
it is what it is.
I mean that. Okay, but the point you said that
Sure.
we observe it as stationary most of the time. That doesn't consider the physics
All the
that
time.
is here.
Oh, it's not just an observation. We measure it to be stationary as well and flat.
It, what about the
See, now,
Earth's
now
rotation though?
measurements aren't just observations, right? And that's not a calculation. Like your height is not a belief. Your height's not just an observation. It's something you can measure and know, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
He's
but
asking about the Earth. You're asking about the Earth's rotation, but there is a lack of that. When you say that we're not considering the physics of the Earth rotating, do you have any evidence that this is the case? That the Earth is in motion?
yeah, people have proven that the Earth is rotating.
Oh, who, when, and how?
I mean that's how a planet works in a solar system.
Oh,
Like
you're
they have to
saying that the
revolve
lights in
around the
this.
sun.
You're saying that the planets, the planetas, the wandering stars, lights in the sky, those are moving, but that's not the Earth.
But
The Earth is not a planet.
you didn't answer the question though, man. Like we already know the story. We were told the same thing that you were told. We don't need you to teach us the story. We already know that.
Solar system isn't a story, guys.
No.
It is.
Like
The solar
wait,
system.
you guys
Solar
don't.
system. Hey, buddy, real quick. You just mentioned the solar system, right? What
Yeah.
we observe as the sun and the other luminaries is not a sun-based system, because the sun itself is moving in cycles across the sky with the other luminaries. Now, when you say solar system, what do you picture? When you say solar system, can you post something that shows what you mean by solar system? Let me post up. Is this what you mean by solar system? Solar
Okay, let me see.
this is this what you mean by solar system? What I posted?
Yeah. This is a solar system.
Do you know anyone in reality, like anyone, any man or any woman, that has ever been to this perspective?
Yeah, everyone believes this.
Okay. No one ever has observed this or shown this to be the case. This is cartoons. You think the Earth? I mean, the sun. Yeah, it's funny, right? It is funny because the Earth is not a cartoon. The sun is not this cartoon that you're observing. So this whole cartoon is a misrepresentation of reality.
I mean, if if you don't believe the Earth rotates, then how can you explain the the solar cycles and stuff, like day and night?
How do we explain
Like
what
for
we
that,
observe? So, how do we explain what we observe? So, when we see the sun and the other luminaries moving in cycles like clockwork, we
yeah.
explain it as observed. And the way we observe it from the ground, the non-curving, motionless ground that you stand on, we look away from the ground, we look up, we see the luminaries moving in cycles, and we can describe what we observe. But when you describe it, you never see this solar system that you believe the system is. Nobody have ever seen this solar
You,
system. No one.
you can literally see it with a like telescope at night. You can see all these planets.
But okay. When you look with the telescope, you don't see this cartoon. No one has seen this cartoon with a telescope. No one.
You see these planets.
But do you see
I
them
mean,
doing this? Do you see the Earth doing this and the other luminaries doing this that you're observing? Circles around the sun? No one sees this.
you don't see them rotating, but if you see the planet and you can like calculate them, like they must have been rotating here.
Buddy, okay, when you see the sun rising from the east, have you ever seen the sun in the morning? Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay, and then at noon, midday, where is it at? Above your head, right?
It's yeah.
So from morning to noon to evening, it moves across the sky, right? Is that what we see?
Yeah, it moves.
Can we use telescopes to observe the sun moving from the morning to noon to the evening? Have you ever seen that? You just said yes, right? So this
Yeah, I
cartoon
just
that you
said
said is the solar system, the sun is not moving though. So how can you say that this is the sun when it's not showing or doing what the sun does?
okay, but that's because we are moving around the sun. That's why it looks at it as if the sun is moving.
This is still just a cool story,
How do
bro.
you know
Or
that?
has
How do
anybody
you know that?
proved this? Yeah,
Yeah,
how
Yeah,
do
how
you
do
how do
know
you
you
know?
this
know
for
that?
certain?
Good
Scientists
question,
have
Tito.
proved
How do
this
you know that? Who
because
and what was the method listen, you said scientists proved this, right? Who was the name and the method that was used to demonstrate this to be truth?
Yeah, you can't just fling out the word scientist. That's like saying, yeah, God told me. Like, okay, you're going to have to actually show us real tangible proof, man. Something that's testable and repeatable.
I can't remember the name and the method now, but like scientists have proved that the Earth is round and the sun is that way, and like we all
But
indirectly feel it.
reiterating your point isn't going to be evidence for us. You're going to have to tell us who. What is the name of this man?
And the method, not just the name of the man, the method that was actually used to show that this is the case.
You can just Google search it and you'll find evidence.
But you're the
No,
one
there's no
making the
man named Google.
places assertion. You're the one with the claims or the assertions.
Yeah.
What information are
Yeah,
you basing the words that you're using and picking to tell us and talk to us and tell us? Where do you got that from?
if I copy paste
Uh,
1,000 paragraphs that all reiterate the same thing, and I have 1,000 pieces of paper that all say the same thing in a different way, then I have 1,000 pieces of evidence now, so I must be right. But that's not how
no, but
reality works, is it? That's not how
they like
reality
prove
actually
it.
works, is it?
I think they actually prove it by calculating and stuff.
You know what's the issue with the cartoon, the solar system cartoon that you believe is the case?
It's
You see
not a
you
cartoon,
see
man.
it's not a
Bro,
cartoon.
calculations aren't measurements, man. I can give you math for how hard Superman has to slap a raw chicken in order for it to be fully cooked. That doesn't mean that there's a Superman.
Okay, but they measured it by observing it.
No, you don't measure things by observing them. An observation and measurement are two different things.
Okay, how do you measure stuff then?
Here we are. Let me post something in the side chat for you. My desktop. We have the claim, the steelman for the Earth, for how the spherosity of it, how round it's supposed to be. And when we take that out
Yeah.
to reality and we apply it, we go and try and measure it, we do not find the curvature that we expect to find, that we're told we will find.
So are you talking about the Earth is like a little bit too big or small?
It's about the fact that the curvature is immeasurable.
What?
You check the side chat, and there's these things called Earth curve calculators. You can go any one that you want. You can use any one of them. And you go and take that and you apply it to reality. Go outside your house and just go check. Nobody here is going to say, trust me, bro. Every one of us is going to tell you to go check for yourself.
Okay, but what does this prove then?
Look, we're trying to help you prove your claim. Your claim is that the Earth is round. Now you take that to reality and you go and try and measure the Earth itself to find this roundness. It's unavailable. It's not found.
You might have been making a mistake then.
No.
I mean, obviously you made a mistake. That's why it isn't coming truly.
I haven't even told you what I've done, and I've made a mistake. Okay. See, I can tell that you've already made up your
I mean,
mind.
like,
You've already decided that I'm wrong no matter what I present you.
no, you're saying that you calculated and you found out it to be like not
No,
spherical.
I never
That
said I
that's what I mean.
calculated anything. I did not say I calculated anything. You don't have to calculate it. You can measure it.
How can you measure the Earth sphere without calculating it?
You do understand that calculations and measurements are two different things, right?
Yeah, I know.
Why would you need to calculate something that's right under your feet?
I mean, because Earth is too large to measure alone.
So nobody's ever measured the Earth.
Yeah, they measure the Earth by using calculations.
But we're not talking
Isn't
about
that true? Like for,
size. We're not talking about
I mean,
size or
like for
shape.
big.
We're talking about surface quality. That would be whether or not it has a change of a slope, rate of change of slope over distance. Because if it was curving, that's what would have to happen. So that, you know, the surface would not deviate. It would be deviating from horizontal, right? The
Yeah,
further
it would
you
be.
go along your horizontal, the further the gap between the horizontal and the surface of the Earth would become, right?
Yeah.
Right. But that's not what we find. We find that there's no deviation.
They of course there's a deviation because the Earth is sphere.
Yeah, you keep saying
You would think
that.
that.
Who measured that then?
Where did
So
you
who
find
measured
that there was no deviation? Where did you find that?
Where do you find what?
Yeah.
Where do you find what?
Where did you find that there was no deviation?
Through long distance observation and laser tests. The fact that we use sea level as a horizontal reference datum for establishing change in elevation over distance.
That can't be right, man, because
That is
other
right.
people.
Insisting, like your belief about the globe Earth, you realize this is a religious belief, by the way. Like that Einstein Lamatre stuff that comes straight from the church. This is a religious belief that is not backed by science at all. It's a philosophical claim. Has to do with philosophy.
It's not a religious. It's not a
Yes, it is.
belief. It's science.
Religion means to bind. It is a very binding thing. And it does indeed bind people because you
has
can't
nothing.
even conceive a world outside of your paradigm. You can't even set aside your disbelief just for 1 second to consider the possibility. So far, it's just been nuh-uh from you. No, that's impossible because the Earth has to be a sphere.
But this has nothing to do with religion. It's just scientific, like, truth.
It does. It does because the cult of Pythagoras is where all of this comes from, and there's a little bit of stuff earlier than that, but it most certainly does come from a cult. And the primeval atom theory, aka the Big Bang, comes directly from the Catholic Church. A man named George Lemaitre came up with it. Einstein was kind of a bit iffy about it, but he eventually came around.
The church doesn't believe in a Big Bang, man. They believe in God's creation.
It still requires just as many miracles.
What? I mean, that's
It
what I'm saying.
requires just as many miracles as a religion. One single atom exploding into all that is, or life evolving magically from a primordial soup orgy, so that it coming out of nowhere from inanimate objects, lifeless matter turning into life. That's another miracle. And then all of the missing links, not just one, but unlimited missing links.
I mean,
It's a
but
religion,
that's
man,
how.
and it just requires a bunch of miracles in order to function. Not to mention your best friend, Big G gravity, because we would talk about water and how that seeks level, and how the vast majority of the water of the Earth is covered with water. But then one would say, well, gravity curbs the water, but there's no proof of that either.
You don't even believe in gravity.
Oh, gravity is why everything's flat.
Hey, listen,
Gravity is
buddy.
why the Earth is round.
You
It's
say
not
he
round
doesn't
though.
believe in
You haven't
gravity, but
proven that.
you don't even know what gravity is, and you're trying to make
Yeah.
claims about it.
Gravity's just the
Gravity is.
weightless seriousness of a person, place, or thing, unless you're talking about the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time, which happens to require two horizontal baselines. Or do you want to go and talk about the other 80 different types of gravity? You
No,
choose.
there's only one gravity. That's
There's
the
only one gravity. Okay, well, we're going to debunk that first.
debunk it then, because gravity is just the force between two masses that
Again, you're
attraction.
wrong. Gravity is not a force. It's considered a pseudo-force or a fictitious force. It's not considered a force at all. You should do your homework.
Gravity is okay. In physics, in physics, is considered a pseudo force in like questions and stuff, but it's still a force.
No, it's not. It's a word that people invoke when they want to try and invoke some kind of magical thing that they feel cannot be debunked. But I just debunked you. It's a mathematical construct. Gravity doesn't do anything for you here, buddy. If anything, I could just say, yep, that's why it's flat. In the same way that you say, yep, that's why it's round.
Okay, but if you drop something, why does it fall down then? If there's no gravity.
Because of the density of the medium, buoyancy and density. If I were to drop
No,
an
but
object that's capable of floating in water, it would float. If I let go of a balloon that has helium in it, it's going to fly up. It's buoyancy and density with the medium. This has absolutely nothing to do with some magical pulling force.
okay, but why does it always go down then? Why doesn't it go up?
Things don't always go down. Gases go up.
Yeah, gases go in all directions, not down,
Yeah,
not just down,
sure.
all directions.
Yeah, so things don't just go down. And I can show you a video of an anvil floating in mercury if you'd like.
Of
Not that it
what
matters.
floating?
The anvil floating in mercury.
Okay.
But I got something else that I should send you that I was already looking for.
I mean that is just buoyancy. It's because the force applied by the mercury is
Yeah, exactly.
greater
Has
than
nothing to
gravity.
do with magic gravity. You don't need any magical force
With
pulling or pushing
yeah,
or
nothing
anything.
to do with the warping and bending of space-time like you think.
Yeah, bending math is not going to affect anything in reality. So there, check the side chat. There you go. There's more than one type of gravity. You need to concede that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I think these are just gravity at different things.
I can grant you gravity. I can say, yeah, okay, there's a reason matter distributes itself the way it does, right? It can be described using relative density, specific gravity, right? Where there's a relationship between object and medium, right? Proportional to the densities. But There's why it sorts itself out that way, right? Is another question, right? And nobody knows. Nobody knows. There's only ideas about it. Nobody can test the reason. Nobody can scientifically validate exactly why it is that way, right? It's like there's no way to determine the cause of entropy. Why does heat always go to cold? Why does high pressure always move towards low pressure? These are questions that are unanswerable at this time. We don't understand them fully. We don't know, right? There's ideas about it, and you might think that the reason involves a large body of matter being spherical, but it doesn't. Doesn't. It's independent of that of any kind of shape, right? An object can be any kind of shape, and you can introduce your Newtonian mechanics or your Einsteinian mechanics or any other mechanics, and it should be able to work just as well, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that objects will form into spheres. There's lots of examples of items in nature that aren't spheres, and they have a particular shape. Are you going to tell me that gravity caused a banana to form the way it did? Right? Are you going to tell me that gravity forms clouds? Right?
Okay,
Makes them
wait,
the
hold up.
shape they are?
I'm just gonna go and grab some soy milk. I have to buy it now.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll just come back because the shop is about to close and I have to buy my last one. I think it's empty now.
Yes, sir. We'll
Yeah,
see you when you
go.
return, man.
We'll see you when you come back. Yes, go. See you later.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Yeah, dude,
bye
no
then.
problem. Take it easy, man.
Now I'm just coming back in like 5-10 minutes. It's close to my
That's
house.
all right. Take your time, my friend. Just go and get your soy juice.
Yeah,
we'll
be
be
here,
here
man.
24/7. 24/7.
We're just chilling. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. So we'll be around. You stay blessed and
Okay,
watch out for
thanks.
zombies.
Coconut juice is better.
There's no such a thing as coconut juice. Coconut water.
Yeah, I know.
What up, Jamesy?
Hey there. Who was that that said Jamesy?
Charlie.
Charlie? Charlie? Where you been, Charlie?
Yeah, digging around.
Been in the chocolate factory.
Jamesy, what do you think about Artemis? What do you think about that launch?
Even the Globers, a bunch of Globers are saying it's horrible, bad. Even Globers are questioning the whole thing because it looks so bad. I mean, anyone that has a working logical brain maybe can figure it out. Especially these days.
Apparently, Earth tilts when you're out in space, wobbles back and forth. Yeah, I posted a video of it.
Jaden joined. Jordan. Jordan. There's also Kenshim. Is that the same one? Kenshi Master, he's still here, but he went to the store.
He's going to get some soy.
Hanif? Hanif. Little bunny. Checking on the new people. They're being shy. So what do you think about the Artemis, Charlie?
I think it's pretty interesting. I just have a bunch of questions about it. So they have to, how the rocket like curves and they have to like circle around the Earth before they actually leave. Like, as far as like picking up momentum, whenever they curve, do they like go with the Earth's rotation or do they go the opposite? I don't know how to.
They slingshotting their way to the moon.
So they use like the Earth's rotation as like momentum. They just pick up on that and then.
Amazing.
They just use the excitement of the audience as momentum.
Yeah, I heard a lot of Globers were like jizzing, but that's another story.
That's a nasty way of putting it, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Dude,
sorry about that.
it
So
was
when they
the
took off,
CGI kicked in at about the same timestamp that it did on Apollo 11. They can't get away. Old habits die hard, I guess. And yes, it wasn't CGI on Apollo 11. It was a hand-drawn cartoon.
what do you think the astronauts are doing right now? Like on the way, like this 10-day trip, they just sitting
Hopefully, they're
there.
making sure their toilet works because they apparently were having problems with that earlier.
Wow. So the biggest obstacle they have is making sure the toilet works.
Yeah, maybe they hit up Howard from The Big Bang Theory. There's an episode where he builds a
You can
toilet.
actually go see them if you want.
What's that, man?
Heard that you can actually go see them if you want.
What, the space toilet?
No, the astronauts. All you
Oh.
got to do is go out past Studio 6B, down towards the swimming pool, and they've got another little makeshift building that they brought in that they're filming in.
Do they have like
I don't know,
a
man.
live feed in the cockpit? Is that a thing? Is that what they're doing or no?
You would think with something like this, they would have a really badass website made where it was very interactive, where people would go and click and watch different areas of the thing and whatever. They would have really promoted this.
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing, what the astronauts are doing in
Yeah.
the cockpit like at this very moment.
That's what I'm saying. You'd think you'd have kind of a 24/7 feed where you just know what's going on because all that space drama.
Some of the Globers were saying yesterday. Go ahead.
Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Some of the Globers were saying yesterday that they don't have to prove anything to us, so why would they put a 24/7 live stream?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking for the immersive experience. Like, now, I'm not even a Glober, and I'd love to watch that shit just because it sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, when I'm out here looking, I'm like, man, I should be able to just Google Artemis, and it takes me to the most badass website that you can possibly think of, and it has everything there, like all their stats, all the data points.
Did you guys watch the latest live streaming of NASA?
Yes, I was highly disappointed.
Starship that goes around the moon.
That's the climb.
So do you believe in this?
Why would I have to believe in something?
You don't have to.
I know that they're putting on one hell of a show, and a lot of people are enjoying watching it. Isn't that enough?
Yeah, actually, I did not believe in this, but I think, as you said, it is a show. It is a sit show. They like repeating the same misleading information again and again.
And that's what the audience wants to see. So they're giving what the audience wants.
What